anybody that has not paid in the server will be kicked out at 6:50 p.m. Eastern. That is 20 minutes from now if you have not paid.
Hey Louie, I have my
Yeah.
voice chat disabled, but I can still hear them. Are you on like a speaker
Mm,
or?
shouldn't be. No.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
How do you disable your voice chat, Mama?
In the sound options through the sim
Okay.
itself.
Okay.
So maybe
Let
try
me
to do
just
that
do
too,
that.
just in
That's what
case.
I'm
Yeah.
just doing, yeah.
Yeah.
Give me 2 seconds. Sound, enable voice chat. There we go. Yeah, I got Montana.
Okay. I have the Well, welcome in, race fans, and thank you for tuning in to Faded TV. This is Liberty Racing League kicking off their inaugural Cup Series here with a legit Daytona 500. We couldn't be more excited to call this race here on Twitch TV /Faded TV. We appreciate all the early birds tuning in to the channel. Now we got a couple of things to go over to. As you see on the top left, Liberty Racing League brought to you by Precision Graphics. However, tonight's race is presented by Corbin Ammo. As you take a look at our race info here, we are obviously at Daytona International Speedway. We are under the lights here. This is Liberty Racing League. You can find them over on Facebook. Go into your search bar, type in Liberty Racing League, drop them a like, get involved with the admins over there if you guys are looking for a Cup Series to get involved with. But shout out to Corbin Ammo for presenting the Daytona 500. Now what we're going to do here early on, while the practice sessions are still going on, we're going to start bringing in some of the people involved behind the scenes, a couple of the admins. We're going to talk to one of the sponsors of the league. And, yeah, so let's go ahead and start with that. I think, where did Wes go in the Discord there? If we could find Wes in the Discord. He's all the way up in Race Channel 2. If you could pull him in for us, Louie.
Here. Here.
All right, there we go. A little bit of work there, but we got him. This is Wes Hogue. I believe I'm saying that correctly. And why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself here and what you do behind the scenes with Liberty Racing League. Obviously, you're going to be driving for the league as well, but why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself. Let us know what you're all about, what Liberty Racing League is all about. The whole floor is yours, Wes.
And I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys being here and calling this event for us. My name's Wes Rowdy Hogue, as everybody knows me on iRacing. Myself and Taylor Laskowski up there, we founded the league. And we're friends that used to race as far back as almost 18 years now. We've been racing online together. And we wanted to get back at it, and we figured we'd start it up the only way we knew how to, and that was together as the name of a league, of a team that we were part of back in sim racing days, back in console gaming. It's a lot of fun, man. This is what it's all about, racing. We got a lot of money on the line tonight, $2 to the winner. Throughout the season, it's going to be $10 per race. As well as at the end of the season, we're top 5. So big time racing here, guys. Extremely happy to be here. Happy to have you guys here. This has been a huge build-up and finally coming to fruition. Very, very proud of what this became. Hopefully, we can put on a good show for you guys.
Yeah, hey, we appreciate you having us here too, Wes. Thank you very much. I know you and I have been speaking for about a month now on and off trying to get this show put together. I couldn't be more excited. I'm looking at the tower now, and it looks like you're finding yourself right now at least top 10 in practice. How do you feel about being here at Daytona? You're obviously running up quick. You're only 0.68 off the, I don't know how you say his name, Vasilio?
Vasilio, yeah,
Vasilio.
man. Yeah, I went out there, ran a couple laps, and by the way, if you butcher a couple laps, we'll be mad at you.
Sure,
sure. We got some last names. But man, I went out there, ran a couple laps. For those that aren't familiar with the Daytona, with the Cup package for super speedways, it's super hard to run side by side. There's a lot of side draft. It's not like the other series on iRacing where you're running side by side throughout it. It's super hard to run side by side because of the bubble that's in between the cars with this draft package. So. It's just learning how to do that. We've ran a couple practice races up to this time. And it's just, I'd like to say I'm confident, but it's Daytona, man. You know how super speedways are. It's all unpredictable. And then, tonight we got scheduled over 43 drivers. We're going to have a heat race tonight and give you a little bit of inside information here. Top 30 will lock into the show tonight. Anybody outside the top 30 will have to qualify in to be in the field of 43. So we'll take 13 from there. And if for some reason, if we don't get 43 drivers, 31st through 43rd will still be, or 31st through down there, as far as we get, will still be determined by that heat race. So
Yeah, very nice.
Something different for sure.
Yeah, very nice. Now, I know, and I don't know if they do this IRL, but I've heard of some leagues as far as their duels go. Is that duel going to be a caution-free, balls to the walls, whatever happens, happens, or is it going to be, are you going to bring up some race control with some cautions and things like that?
So what we have chosen to do is run full course yellows. However, because it's such a short race, it's only be 10 laps here, Brandon. We're not going to have cautions counting.
Okay.
And caution laps counting, I should say.
Okay.
And the cool thing is, as well, is iRacing in the last patch has given us the opportunity to discount laps from that caution period. So we can have a 2-lap caution period instead of a 4-lap.
Absolutely. Okay.
So I'm excited for that, man. We got an eye in the sky to help us out tonight. This is what it's all about.
Yep. Well, hey, we look forward to calling the race. We appreciate your time, Wes. We'll let you get out there, run a couple of more laps, and we'll pull in Taylor Laskowski next. So I'll let you find your way out of the broadcast channel here, and we'll move on with the interviews. Looks like we're going to pull in Taylor. He's another founder here at Liberty Racing League. Hey, Taylor, it's faded up in the booth. You got a copy? I think your mic might be... Hey, you got... I think you're just really, really low on the microphone. Let me see if I can adjust that myself. All right, Taylor, you got a copy there?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Taylor, how you doing? Just a little soft on the mic there, but that's all right. I turned your voice up in the Discord, so you should be fine. We wanted to bring you in. Wes talked a little bit about you. You're one of the founders of Liberty Racing League, I believe he said, or at least have a lot to do with what's going on. You obviously hold an admin position here. So I wanted to give you a chance to come in, introduce yourself. Obviously, this is the first night of racing in the Cup cars for you guys. It's your inaugural race. So I just wanted to give you a chance to introduce yourself, let us know what this league's about, what you look forward to the most as we progress through the season, and how are you feeling about tonight's race?
Oh, that was a lot. Yeah, everything. I'm excited about it. We're really looking forward to getting it done. It's been a lot of work to get here, and it's finally here. And looks like almost everybody showed up. We got a big field here. So hopefully we're gonna put on a great show for you guys up in the booth and for everybody watching, and just be able to have fun.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be great, and there'll be a lot of eyes on here. I know. There's already 20 people in the channel here, and most of the VODs here at Faded TV reach triple digits almost on a weekly basis. So it's going to be a great opportunity, not only for the league, but for individual drivers to showcase their skill. How do you feel about the package here at Daytona? I know Wes touched base a little bit, but talk to us a little bit about the package and that bubble that he was referring to, and how tonight's race is going to play out as far as, are you going to have to double up with somebody? Is it best to run in threes? You definitely don't want to get caught out there by yourself.
It's a tough package. It really puts it into the driver's hands a little bit more than I think people will want. But if you got it figured out, it's a real technique type of package that really takes a lot of effort and thought into the moves. You can't just pull out and hope somebody goes with you. You're gonna fall back. You gotta know how to side draft. You gotta know how to push somebody, get them loose.
Well, it sounds like the package should definitely make for some great racing. We're going to let you go. Get some more practice laps in here. We got less than 15 minutes for you to tune it, dial it in, bring out them hot laps. So good luck to you, Taylor. We appreciate your time. And who knows, maybe we'll catch you for a post-race interview. So good luck tonight.
Thanks, guys. Good luck up there. You guys do a great job for our inaugural Daytona 500. Feel free to talk to me during the race. Pull me in and under caution. I don't mind talking and getting some vibes of how the race is going.
All righty, sounds good, man. We appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Taylor Laskowski. He's an admin here. I think Wes said he was a co-founder. Our next guest in the booth, before I introduce you to one of my favorite people working in the broadcast booth, we'll get to him, though, after we pull in Sean Rutt, who is sponsoring this league. Let's pull him in here. Hopefully we're catching him at a good time. Hey, Sean, sorry to pull you in unexpected. You got a copy? Let's pull up your voice there a little bit. You're a little bit soft as well. Let's try that again. You got a copy, Sean?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. There you go, sir. So, hey, listen, we talked to Wes. We talked to Taylor. Everybody's excited. I was told we need to bring you in. You're sponsoring this series, the inaugural Cup Series here with Liberty Racing League. So I wanted to give you the floor, allow you to introduce yourself and talk about your business and what it means for you to be the premier sponsor here at Liberty Racing League.
Yeah, my name's Sean, Precision Graphics. You can find us on Facebook at Precision GRPX. Facebook. I got hooked up with Wes here. Got the opportunity. Very excited for it. It seems like there's a lot of buzz behind it. Really well organized. Generate some business from it, so happy about that. Anybody that needs some paint, feel free to hook me up, hit me up. It's just real cool to see what these guys are doing. It's exciting.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much for that, Sean. We'll let you run some more laps around Daytona to get you into the groove. We got 12 minutes of practice left. Good luck to you tonight, sir, and we look forward to calling many more races.
Yep, thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was league sponsor and owner of Precision Graphics. You see it right there on top of your tower. I'm sorry if his voice was a little bit low. Sometimes when these drivers are in Discord with other racers, we can see it right here. I know you guys can't, but I'm looking at the top of the broadcast channel here, and a lot of these guys are in their own race team Discord channel, meaning that maybe their voice volume is just a little bit lower so that they're not bleeding each other's ears. So I apologize if that interview was a little bit low. Again, that was Sean Rutt, owner of Precision Graphics. But now it's time to introduce my favorite guest so far. He's going to be calling the race with me here, a driver for Project Dynamic with an I rating in road racing of 1 million. And he's working on his oval racing every week. Louis Clark, how you doing, buddy? And thank you for joining the broadcast tonight.
You all right, Faded? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great. I'm all fired up. I know the guy said, I was going through my interview, he said that was a lot. Listen, these guys might go 200 miles an hour out there on the track. I'm 200 miles up here in the broadcast booth. I'm excited. We've been waiting for this race for about a month. I know I spoke to you maybe in the last week or so I want to thank you. I appreciate you hopping on board last minute. I know you're over in Europe, and I know you're just coming off such a huge loss yesterday thanks to penalty kicks as Italy takes it home to those guys. But either way, that was yesterday. Today's all about this inaugural race with Liberty Racing League. How do you feel about, because I know you're a road racer by heart, but I know you have a ton of oval racing experience. I know you're excited about this race. Can I get your opinion on these cars and maybe bounce off of what Wes was talking about with these packages?
Well, with this Cup package at the moment, with what iRacing done, from when I was driving these cars, you could not get up to the car in front of you, especially if you're them front two cars in that pack. The first car is going to be fine. That second car following him, it sort of creates like a little bubble, so you can't get near to him. So see it being a bit of a train ride for the first 50, 60 laps, letting these guys get in the groove, and then we'll see him coming out. It's midnight here, but I'm ready to go.
Before we get locked into the race, I'm going to ask chat a question. I want to know, is the engine sound too loud over our voices or over Louis' voice? Is that something that we need to tweak before we start our journey here, 500 miles here at Daytona? Let me know now if the audio is decent, if you want less engine sound. So let me know either yes, it's good, or no will suffice. And I'll go in and I'll turn the engine sound down for you guys. I want to make sure tonight is flawless for everybody involved, including you guys sitting at home. Alrighty, so let's get involved here. I'm going to switch scenes real quick. We still have time. 8 minutes and 30 seconds left. Everybody has time. Let's make some last second changes here. I'm going to go and turn down the engine audio. That'll give everybody here another chance to go grab another cold beer, grab some snacks, maybe use the restroom. As you see, we still have 8 minutes left in practice. So let's do that real quick. I do apologize, but let's take about a minute or so, and let's gather some last-minute details, and then we'll get back into watching the last little bit of practice before we get ready into the qualifying session, and then we'll have a dual heat race for you as well. So that's what we're going to take care of.
Your mic hot faded.
No, I'm good. We're hot now. We're still live. I'm gonna turn, I think, the engine. I think I'll turn master volume down to about 8 or 9. I think that should suffice. What do you think?
Yeah, you should be fine, mate.
Okay, then that's what we'll do. So we'll hit done. That should give them a little bit more of our voice audio. Make sure that your Discord voice is turned up. I have you to 200, and I had those guys at 200 as well, but it seemed like it was still just a little bit too quiet.
All mine's up to the...
Okay, excellent. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. I know you can hear what was going on. I know we have the hot mic, but I'd rather sit here and you guys hear this and look at this screen and make sure that we're hashing out all the details. With that being said, let's get back to the racing screen. Alrighty, and of course all the cars are parked, so we can't even test the new sound settings, but that would be just how these things go. So as the race goes on, there are definitely some changes we can make, so don't feel like you're going to be pushing my buttons or coming off rude. We want to make sure that this action is being brought to you in a good quality fashion. So I turned the engines down a little bit. Hopefully that'll help with that, as we're going to have over 40 drivers planned to be on this track. I think that was a good idea for everybody to chip in and say, nah, let's lower it down a little bit. What are you looking forward to the most here, Louis, as we are at Daytona? We are going to be 500 miles deep into this race.
It's going to be a great race. I can't wait to see these 3 wide crashes when it's going to happen. I reckon there's going to be quite a lot of crashes, but as I said, first 50, 60 laps, just expect them to ride it down the bottom, down by the line, all in the train. Don't wreck your car early.
Absolutely. And as I take a look at the iRacing live timing, there is a lot of hitters in this race session here. Just about everybody is an A-class driver. We do have some B-class drivers. We even have a D-class driver in here, so shout out to him for running up with the big boys. But the more important part is definitely the iRating. We have a lot of guys here over 3K, over 4K. Dalton Tucker's almost at 5K iRating. Matthew Beeman is at 45. So there's definitely Timmy Holmes has 5,900 iRating. So my point is there's a lot of drivers out here on this grid that certainly know what they're doing. If anything is going to happen that's big, it's obviously just going to be these guys racing hard. It's not going to be lack of skill or lack of race knowledge. I think this is a very well put together grid here. So shout out to Liberty Racing League for putting together some really, really good quality drivers, it looks like, Louis.
Yeah, they do look like they got quite a lot of high iRating, good, being A license drivers. It'll be interesting to see how they are all around each other during this race.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to it as well. The speedways are some of my favorite to call as we start taking a look at the grid, this isn't going to be in any kind of order. This is just to shout out some drivers while we're waiting. You can see 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. And it looks like this guy right here from my home state. I'm up by Chicago, Illinois, a little bit closer to Joliet, of Westville, Illinois. So that he's got the fastest time in practice. You see the 25 car of Josh Stiles coming in at 0.03 seconds behind him. He's coming to us from Winder, Georgia. As you can see, the head driver of Firelight Esports. So shout out to Josh. Next, we have Brady Shue with coming from Trinity, North Carolina. We appreciate the picture there, Brady Shue. He's got P3 so far in the practice laps, and then it starts separating here. Those top 3 drivers, Louis, about a quarter of a second or less. Once we start getting to the 4th, 5th, and 6th, now we're talking a little bit closer to half a second. So we'll see if some of those laps were construed. Maybe somebody got a faster time because they were just in the draft in practice. So we'll really just have to see how these times play out in qualifying, because a lot of these times may change.
Oh yeah, of course they will. We from watching practice, we know Alex Vasillo. Sorry if I said your name wrong. I believe he was running with I believe it was number 7. I might be wrong. They did have whoever it was. They did have a bit of a accident going down to turn 3. Again, what are people going to be like during a race? Are they going to be right on people's bumpers? Are they going to be edgy? Are they just going to take it calm?
Well, and as we talked to a couple of the drivers here, they were talking about how you're not going to be able to really race door to door. You can still side draft, but you're not going to be up next to somebody. So I feel like, Daytona's an all-out racetrack, obviously, flat out. But once you start getting into the draft, you're going to have to kind of lift every once in a while so you're not taking out the guy in front of you. So we'll really see just how this race unfolds and how these drivers react to the package here in the Cup cars. And we'll see. We'll see who's got the race discipline, who's got the patience, and who's got the driver skill. We'll see who runs out of skill here real quick at Daytona.
Well, especially if we have green flag pit stops, getting into pit lane from doing 200 odd miles an hour to roughly, what is it, around 60 miles per hour for pit road? How many people's going to lock up their brakes and plow into someone else getting into pit road?
Absolutely. So everything goes up a notch here at Daytona. Everybody knows that. This is their first night of racing for the season, so you have to believe the tensions are going to be high. And I don't want to necessarily call it egos are going to be high, but come on, this is racing. Everybody's got a chip on their shoulder. Everybody's got something to prove to one another. I'm sure there's plenty of guys in this league that have raced together before. But on the flip side of that, Louis, there's going to be a lot of new drivers shuffling in that might not have a lot of track time with these other drivers, and they're going to be looking to prove themselves that they can race alongside the best of the best.
Well, exactly. We know, as you said, Daytona's flat out, so you're not going to lose that much time. You're always going to be in the grass. So it'll be good to see what these D-license 1.1K people can do, getting up there with the 5K people, showing what they can really do.
Absolutely. Now, as you can see, we've got the white flag in the practice session. There's 0-0-0 on the clock as we're going to get into qualifying here. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Louis, but depending on the size of the field, the top 30 drivers from qualifying are going to get into the race, and the remaining drivers have to qualify through that heat race.
Yeah, that is quite right. The top 30 drivers from this qualifying session go through to the Daytona 500, and then the rest of them go through the feature race, through the heat race, and the top 13 of them will get into the Daytona 500.
As we hop on board here with Lucas Sylvester from Port Orange, Florida. I've seen a couple Florida guys out there. As you can see, he must be a big fan of paintballing. He's all kitted out there in his profile picture. We'll see what lap he throws down here.
So expect for the first two, the outlap and the first lap for the drivers to stay up by the wall to try and gain as much speed as possible for their second lap. Pardon, sorry. Stay up by the wall for their second lap to then gain as much speed for that lap, for their second time lap into the feature race.
Absolutely. As you see, Lucas was hugging that wall there on his out lap, gaining as much exit speed as he can to get across that start-finish line. This is going to be lap 1 here for Lucas Sylvester. We do have other drivers out onto the field. As soon as he gets done with his first lap, we'll move on to somebody else, see if we can catch their second lap, as these drivers are going to continue to get onto their qualifying session. We'll try to keep up with as much action as we can. I'll leave the tower up there on the left-hand side so you guys at home can keep up along with the lap times. Now, Louis, sorry to cut you off there, yeah, but in your opinion here, with A-class drivers, this much I rating, there's obviously some really darn good drivers out here. What would you expect a really, really blazing speed to be?
I reckon it's going to be in the draft. Or we talking about draft, or we talking about
No, we're
race?
talking about qualifying time here. What would be, single car out there, qualifying Daytona, what's going to be that really fast time?
I reckon it's going to be around a 47.7, 47.8. Again, it depends how you take your first lap. Up to the wall. But yeah, I reckon 47.7, 47.8. I may be wrong.
Sure, as we do hop on board with the current leader in qualifying. Now, obviously, that could change. As I just said, there are going to be some drivers that aren't out yet. They're going to be joining soon, though. This is Stoney Benfield from Albemarle, North Carolina. I'm sorry if I butchered that. But as you can see, as I was talking, he loses his spot to Brandon Otto with a 47.9.
They're starting to come down on their lap times now. The fastest by Jalen Parker in a 23:47.915. Can anyone beat that? We still have 3 more people to qualify yet that haven't done a time yet.
Yeah, and as you take a look there, Louis, Parker, Akers, and Otto all qualifying. Oh, it looks like Holmes is going to come in and crash the party. But
what a time.
Akers, Otto, and
Timmy
Tucker
Holmes.
all tied. Benfield, Clemis, Cuddy, Hogue. You guys can see it on the left of your screen there. It doesn't get any tighter and better than this right here. Look at those times as
Kevin West.
Kevin West with a 47.9, tying Timmy Holmes. So that's
exactly .002. Oh.
This is going to make for an exciting race here. Again, everybody watching on your phone, at your desktops, we appreciate you guys tuning in here at Faded TV. Like we talked at the beginning of the broadcast here, this has been in motion, the Liberty Racing League partnering up with myself here at Faded TV for quite some time now. This has probably been going on for about a month and a half, and a lot of behind-the-scenes work with Wes and his admins, getting the drivers in here. I know they were recruiting really hard the last couple of weeks. Myself and my team putting the overlays together, making sure that this was going to be a perfect night. And again, I've said it once, I'll say it again, I'll probably say it another time. Louis, thank you for taking on this gig last minute. I wouldn't rather be up here with anybody else but you, man. So I appreciate it, brother.
That's no problem, man. We've done it before. We'll do it again.
Yeah, I lean on Louis Clark. Look, I might have the voice. I could talk my way out of a paper bag, but when it comes to the hardcore racing info, I gotta have Louis in the booth with me. This guy's a very smart guy. I'm glad to have him here. So should be able to put on a good broadcast. Now, like he just said, this is only our second time calling together, so we're going to do our best not to fumble over each other. And, but if I'm talking and there's something big going on into the back, Louis, feel free to take over. Or if there's a wreck that I'm missing, obviously let me know. As I have the privilege of not only calling the race but also doing replay control and camera control and etc. So I'll be leaning on you a lot tonight to make sure that I'm getting caught up on all the action.
No problem, man. As we see, that's qualifying finish now. We've got Heat 1, so everyone from 31 down to last place is going to be in Heat 1. The top 30 is now into the Daytona 500. So from Matthew Beeman, Casey Fierster, Reed Christensen, and down, they are in the heat race. Got a minute till the safety car moves.
Yeah, so
for the pace
that's
car moves.
that's going to come down to 14 drivers, as he said. The top drivers there with Matthew Beeman, Casey Feaster, Reed Christensen, Jordan Twinham, Edward Gibson. We have Brandon Zimmerman, Robert Walton, Kevin Brownwell. I know you can see most of these on your screen, but there's some that you can't, so we'll just leave off at 12th there with Kevin Rice at the bottom. But we also have Elliot Vinning and Ronnie J. Morrison are going to be 13th and 14th. This is just a dual heat race. Like Louis said, 30 drivers are in through qualifying. These drivers are racing for their way in.
Yes, so there's 14 people on the grid, and only 13 to go through. So who's going to be the unlucky one here? We got 10 laps going around the speedway. Be interesting.
Yeah, and as Wes was saying, if you're late to the broadcast, that's okay, but let me catch you up a little bit. So there are going to be full course cautions, but with it only being a 10-lap heat, as they're eye-pacing under caution, those laps are not going to count towards the 10 laps. Which I think was the good call there, Louis. What do you think?
Oh yeah, definitely a right call, especially with such a short race.
So we'll get the ticker up there for you guys. This is Liberty Racing League coming at you live from Faded TV on Twitch. Brought to you by Corbin Ammo for the Daytona 500, but league sponsor Precision Graphics. That owner is also in tonight's race, so good luck to him. And good luck to all these drivers. And good luck to these guys as they're trying to fight their way in to the big money payout here in the inaugural race at the Daytona 500. Oh, already got a car scraping the wall there, getting some heat on the tires.
Got to warm them tires up, man. You know how busy it's going to be for these 10 laps.
Absolutely there, even if it means he's going to scrape some paint. He needs some heat on the tires.
Exactly. It'll be interesting to see how far these drivers go, how feisty they get, considering it's only going to be one person gets knocked out of the Daytona 500 here.
Yeah, I think with only 10 laps, there's obviously a lot of high pressure and some high stress here. As I'm pretty sure the pace car might turn off this go around, might have one more pace lap, but you definitely don't want to get taken out early, because you don't have any second chances in a 10-lap race.
Exactly. You might as well just take it calm. I know it's 10 laps, but a lot can still happen then.
That pace car's off. We're going to take the green flag here. It's going to be Casey Feaster and Matthew Beeman up there on the front. Green flag is taken. Matthew Beeman's going to lead them around here. Lap 1 in the heat race to see who is going to get in those final driver spots.
The outside line didn't get a good start there, really, did they? They started lagging quite behind now, as you can see, all getting into like a train. Top 5, top 6, 7 train.
Yeah, Reed Christensen wasted no time, dipping back down low, getting behind Matthew Beeman. He knows, these guys up front know, if they can just keep the pace and keep where they're at, they're in.
Yeah, and as we see, the Casey Feaster, sorry if I said your name wrong, going high, trying to get past the Matthew Beeman.
Yeah, we got a little race here coming out of turn 4. It looks like what started off as the inside line looking good. Reed Christensen and Casey Feaster are going to take it up high. They're your new first, second place. Matthew Beeman still holding on to second place there on the inside line, but I would assume coming out of turn 4, that's probably going to belong to that outside driver. We'll see.
Yeah, exactly. And if you have a look now, there's 2 separate packets now. So these guys in the first pack, if it's going to stay green flag, they should be through.
That is right. As we take a look at TV3 here, like my partner said, Louis, there's 2 packs of racing going on right now, and if you're leading that second pack, you are praying that somebody is going to push you up towards that first pack.
Exactly, but like I said earlier, the car behind you, if you're in first, the car behind you can actually not push you. There's sort of like a little air bubble there. You have to just try and literally give the run and try and go to the high side with it. You cannot push the first person.
So as we see some racing there for 4th place. That's going to be Michael Simmons, Jordan Tweenham, and Matthew Beeman, who's fallen off pace here. Now, he's still in good shape, but with 2 laps down, he finds himself dropping all the way to 6th place.
Exactly. Sorry, I'm just watching the second pack at the moment. They're all in a line. They were tightly bunched together. Who was the second in line? He was right he's right behind pushing, and now it's just come off. Brian Crocker, he was right on the back of Kevin Rice. He's started to come off it now, but they're trying to get back up to that first pack.
As we take a step back and look at this second group that Louis is referring to, this is Brian Crocker leading that second pack of drivers, trying to make their way up to that first pack, trying to fight every inch of this racetrack to try to get into the Daytona 500. A lot of money on the line for these drivers, certainly a lot of pride on the line for these drivers. Nobody wants to miss the first inaugural race here at Liberty Racing League, so there is a lot of stuff going on, a lot of emotions going on this track right now.
Exactly, and with the first pack, you got 8 cars, but you see them trying to go higher. They're going to slow themselves down doing that, so maybe the back pack, if these guys keep doing that, they could catch up. There's only 4 cars in that second pack, though, considering there's 8 in this first. Matthew Beeman trying to get that high side work in there. See if he can make it. He's got no help. He's going to just go straight to the back.
Yep, sorry about that, Louis. My microphone was just about ready to tip over. I had to mute it real quick, make sure I got it more stable. I do apologize for that. As we catch back up front, though, Reed Christensen, your race leader, followed by Edward Gibson and Robert Walton, 2. Well, I'm sure I could leave the 2 and just Robert Walton there. I read the 2, and I almost read it as Robert Walton II, completely forgetting that I'm also Brandon Robinson 5 on iRacing. So
I hope that's not your 5th actual iRacing
yeah,
account.
no, sir, it is not. So it's not Robert Walton II or Robert Walton 2. It's just simply Robert Walton as he's working that 3rd place in that 66 McDonald's blue livery for you. Behind him, Michael Simmons, Jordan Twyman, and it looks like Casey Fieser and Matthew Beeman racing for that 6th spot here in the first pack of racers.
Now we see a couple of people like Brandon Zimmerman in that 20 car. He just tried to go up that high side. No one went with him, and he just went straight back. Now, is everyone just going to stay in a line till the end of the race? These first 8 people know they're going to be in the 500 if they're not.
Yeah, and it looks like that number 13 car, sorry to cut you off, but we have Kevin Brownwell back here in the 03 car, 4 laps to go. Him and Ronnie Morrison kind of just stuck out here out to dry. In fact, I'm not sure if Ronnie might be off. I don't have any driver stats for him right now. So by default, that might give Kevin the break that he needs. As you can see, he's definitely not running the pace right now. Not too sure what happened with those guys.
I don't know. I just think they just lost the pace. I didn't really see what happened there.
Yeah, I have no red events in my timing, which would tell me that there was a incident of some sort, even as simple as a car, bottoming out. I will have that information displayed to me in live time. I have none of that. I think maybe those guys just lost the draft. They lost the pace. And I said it before this started. You definitely don't want to be the car that's got nobody around you.
Exactly. We know roughly you will get the draft from a car ahead if you're roughly around 1 second behind them. So he must have maybe hit the yellow line or something and slowed himself down that he got to behind a second and just lost the pack.
Yeah, nonetheless, and you made a good point here. These top 8 drivers for sure that are in this first pack, ending with Brandon Zimmerman, starting with your dual leader Reed Christensen. These guys know as long as they keep it clean, they don't wreck each other out, they're definitely going to make it in there. So you have to think with 1 lap to go, these guys are perfectly okay with taking the positions they're currently in.
Yes, but this is iRacing. People will try to get to the front still, even on that last lap. And it's all still about the qualifying positions from 31 down to 40. So that 3rd place, if we can get first place, that's 2 places ahead for the 500.
So 1 lap to go coming up. Reed Christensen's going to take the white flag. I'd like to keep our focus back here, though, with Kevin Rice, Brian Cooker, Ellerett Vining, as these guys are all fighting for a spot into the qualifying session. We know what's going to go on front. We'll take one more peek just to make sure, and as I do, what timing that was as we see that last driver. Oh, we do have a wreck on to the back stretch there. That's race leader.
There we go. There we go. I said it.
Oh,
I did say it.
That's race leader Reed Christensen.
Oh, and he hit someone else from that second pack.
As he falls all the way to 12th place, it's going to be Robert Walton. If he can hang on to it, he's got Michael Simmons coming on the outside. As he throws down a block on him, he's going to be your heat winner. Yes, sir. That's going to be Robert Walton. And what a ride for Reed Christensen in that Logitech white and red number 30, as he led just about every lap in this heat race. I don't know where that's going to put him. It looks like he's going to finish P12 if Kevin can't catch up to him around here. So I think he's still going to be in. We're bringing in 13 drivers, correct?
Yes, we're bringing in 13 drivers. So Ronnie J. Moore will not be here for the race. God, that was Ronnie J. Morrison won't be here for the race. But God, that is lucky for Reed Christensen and Kevin Bromwell. That Ronnie Morrison, I don't even think he started the race.
Ooh, what a finish to that race. A little bit unnecessary there, but like you said, this is racing. It's iRacing. It doesn't matter if you're already in. You definitely want to make your way up to the front of the race there and try to take home that checkered flag. But nonetheless, Reed Christensen looks like he's going to dodge a bullet and make it to the field as we have 4 minutes and 15 seconds. We're going to see this field grow. We have 44 drivers on the track right now.
Yeah, exactly. We got this 5-minute warm up now, so we see people going out in little groups, just seeing what they can do with the car, just seeing how people will be around them for 200 laps.
All right, he was having a little bit of difficulty there with the cameras here in iRacing Live Timing. I was trying to get you guys a nice view of our blimp. There it is. It wasn't working correctly. It gave me a heart attack. I thought the camera controls might have been freezing on me there, but we are good to go as we take a look at the Precision Graphics blimp up into the sky. As you said, getting some hot laps in here. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left. Do you think, for whatever reason, Reed Christensen's going to come in with a huge chip on his shoulder, or do you think he's just got a sigh of relief knowing that he made it in?
I think he's got a sigh of relief he made it in, to be honest. I don't reckon he'll have a chip on his shoulder. He's just got to keep cool, keep his head down, and just run his race, just run the 200 laps. He's in. It's a 500. It doesn't really matter where you're going to start. You got 200 laps, nearly 3 hours of racing to sort this out.
Absolutely. As we take a look one last time at the race info, I know there's been some guys coming into the stream late. We appreciate every single one of you guys tuning in. This is Liberty Racing League. This is their inaugural race in the Cup Series. The league sponsor, Precision Graphics, but tonight being presented by Corbin Ammo. So make sure you look these guys up on Facebook at Liberty Racing League. If you guys are interested in joining, I know they run some trucks. They got some other things going on. I don't want to misspeak. I don't know too many details about it. But if you guys want to get into a league that has a heck of a whole lot of drivers, this is definitely the league you want to take a look at. And shout out to Precision Graphics for sponsoring this series.
As we see there, we got the 54 and the 14 paired up just together, just following each other around, just pushing each other, seeing what they can do.
So we're on board here with the number 94 car of Jason Parker. I see a lot of Chevys on the grid. Couple of Toyotas and
yes.
And
Toyota.
just a handful of Ford drivers. So definitely a lot of bow ties in this race tonight, which is fine. I like the I do have the Chevy as my Cup car. I got the Toyota Supra as the Xfinity just because, the Supra in itself, to me, even though I'm more of a muscle car guy, growing
looks
up,
amazing.
yeah, the Toyota Supra, IRL, the actual car, is just a staple of, Japanese cars and things like that. But and then in my trucks, I run the Ford. So I have the Ford truck, the Toyota Supra Xfinity car, and then I run the bow tie here on the Cup car. So I like having a nice variety. I assume, Louis, you being across the pond, you run a lot of Toyota.
Yes, you've seen that. I always run Toyota, but with the Gen 7 car, I'm going against the Japanese. I've decided to go Ford for it. The new Ford Mustang Gen 7 car looks sleek, so I decided for the Cup I will run that. But then with the Xfinity and the truck, I'll still keep my Toyota.
Alrighty, guys, 15 seconds in the warm-up lap. I'm going to take one more bathroom break. I advise everybody watching at home to do the same, and we'll be back in about 60 seconds.
Yep.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, race fans, thank you for that. So let's break it down a little bit so I can give you guys kind of an idea of how it's going to go up here in the in the race tonight. So I have control of the stream. I'm going to try to catch as much action of those top 10 drivers as possible for the most part. My broadcasting buddy, Louis Clark, he's going to be focusing a little bit on the mid-pack and into the rear pack, keeping me updated on what's going on. Now, that doesn't mean that I will only stay focused on the front of the pack, but I think for the majority of the race, I'll take care of the front. He'll take care of the mid to the pack. He's going to call out some things. Obviously, if we have a caution, a big wreck, we'll take a couple of looks at it via replay as we pull up the racing grid for you here. It looks like it's going to be Kevin West and Jalen Parker taking us around.
As we see, the 43 cars just going off pit road to go and do their pace laps. It's we've seen them all bumping it earlier in the warm-up. What they're going to be like during the race? They're going to bump a lot. Are they just going to follow the train above 60 laps?
That's right, as the pace car takes them around a couple of more times. Just want to keep you guys up to date. This is Liberty Racing League. I'm sure most of you watching already know, but there has been some late viewers coming in. This is their inaugural race of the Cup Series. This is going to be, as you see, all 200 laps around Daytona.
As we see, 43 cars, 43 Chevy, Toyota, Fords. Getting ready. Are we going green this night?
Yeah, as you see, Jalen Parker, the only Toyota to qualify into the top 10 here. So that's like that's a win in itself there. Yeah, that's a win in itself. The only Toyota to qualify into the top 10. All joking aside, though, all these racers came here to bring the heat. As you see the pace cars off, it's going to be Kevin West and Timmy Holmes bringing the first lap here at Liberty Racing League.
Bit of a check-off in the middle from the high lane. The person that was first on the outside just didn't go, and it just checked up the whole high line a bit right there.
Look at that field. It is massive. What an exciting time to be a sim racing fan as we see a car get knocked out of the pace there. He's going to actually be all the way into the infield there.
Oh, already a wreck on the back straight.
Yeah, as we hear the damage going on, it looks like we're going to stay green here. That was Taylor Laskowski. Yep, there's the caution. Taylor Laskowski involved. Joshua Freed is involved.
We just see the person behind us there trying to push that bit too much, and the person that's spun out there just had nowhere to go.
Oh man, right on the first lap, and you called it. Let's take a look at this from the sky. We'll go up to the Corbin Ammo chopper if it'll give it to us.
The 10 car, Christopher Woodard, in that Ford. It's a shame the 83 pushed him. The 83 pushed the 10 into the 95, but the 10 just had nowhere to go.
Let's take a look back at that with some broader eyes, shall we? A couple of cars involved in that. We said the names a little bit earlier. And it was just an accordion effect there, as it can easily be in these super speedways, Louis. Everybody's going flat out, as we talked about. There's not a lot of room on the track. Once something happens in front of a driver, it's either... you can't really lock them up. You got somebody behind you going 200 miles an hour.
Exactly, and the person, the 83 car can't see ahead of him. The spoilers are so big on these cup cars, you can't see. So you're just gonna keep your foot to the floor. It's Daytona, isn't it? It's gonna happen.
Looks like Wesley Hogue has entered pit lane. He's now left pit lane, but I wonder if he was one of those cars that was caught up into that, as we see Joshua Freed took a pit stop there. A lot of these drivers are going to be coming in here. I do believe they do get a quick repair, at least one. Don't quote me on that. I was trying to find out the details last minute in the Discord. If somebody in chat is part of this Discord and knows the information, I do believe they only receive one quick repair. Yeah, I'm not too sure for the folks at home. I've never had an issue with the cameras before, but that chopper and that blimp is giving me a hard time. And for whatever reason here at Daytona, if I don't pay attention to the cameras, it likes to fade off into this scenic camera that I'm showing to you right now. So I'm definitely going to be on top of the cameras this evening, trying to give you guys a couple of different angles of the race. But if it's not working, it's not working. There's not much I can do about it.
Now, that was only on lap 1 of the race. We've still got 197 to go.
So definitely not how anybody... All right, Tyler Bentley, thank you for that. 2 fast repairs. I appreciate that. I hate having the wrong information, but I can only go off of what my small little brain told me last. So 2 fast repairs. There's probably a handful of drivers that got that taken care of out of the way. It's not something that you want to start the race with. Lap 1, caution. But again, Louis, as we said, a lot of things happen here at the Speedway. Everybody's kind of jockeying for position early, but also feeling out each other as we see the pace car come off.
Exactly, and as we get ready to go green, now, I really thought all these cars were going to just go single line at the bottom. Again, the top line didn't go there. Same as actually on the green flag. They could have jumped the car out front's got the 67 of Timmy Hall.
Yeah, as he sees himself with an advantage off green, he jumps it, but he's going to have Jalen Parker right in his rearview mirror as he may be looking to go on the outside here. Let's see if he can make this move work as they come into the backstretch. It looks like Jalen Parker off the track a little bit. We'll see if he can safely get back into the pack, but that's a heartbreak for, I believe, Timmy Holmes, that is. So he's going to give up the lead to that number 23 car. But as you can see, Louis, all these cars up front here, bumper to bumper racing.
I think what Timmy Holmes is trying to do is get to the rear of the pack, like we see in real NASCAR, in the real 500. Just like what the Hasses do, is just get to the back and just take it easy for 100 laps. You don't want to get wrecked straight away, like we've seen. You don't want that to happen.
That is true, and that is a good strategy. But especially sometimes if you're up front, you want to avoid the big one. You definitely don't want to be in the middle of this. But we'll have to see if that strategy pays out here, because sometimes you also don't want to be into the back of the pack, because I know qualifying times were very close, but you are technically with the slower cars on the field, Louis.
Oh yeah, of course you are. But then drafting as well, when you're drafting with someone, it doesn't make it that bad. But this has worked out how I said. Everyone's just going to be on that inside, like a big train at the moment. Just take it, just log in laps, and just waiting for their time to pounce.
Yes, sir. As we see some names up front that we haven't called, we have Chris Akers in second place, Willie Cuddy in third, Brandon Otto, who had some good laps in practice and qualifying, Tyler Lamas. Rounding out your top 5 here early on, lap 6 out of 200 here with Liberty Racing League. You're watching Faded TV on Twitch. Be sure to drop both of us a follow on Facebook.
And now, as we see, there's two packs now. We've got the Alex Vasello in the 00 leading the second pack now, but they're still going too wide at the moment. They're not in a line at the moment. I think everyone, especially in that second pack, will just stay in a line and just be logging laps. They look like they're just trying to stay out the back to keep out the way.
As we are on lap 7 here, if you guys like what you see, make sure to drop a follow onto the page. It costs absolutely nothing to follow Faded TV here, so be sure to find that heart on your phone, or if you're on a desktop, it should be right under the video on the right-hand side. Be sure to drop us a follow here. We appreciate you tuning in here on Faded TV as we kick off Liberty Racing League.
Nothing much really happening at the moment. We got a spin out of 4.
We have a spin out of 4. It's going to bring us to our second caution of the night.
We got the again, it's to do with the 83 of Taylor Lekowski. Sorry if I said your name wrong. He just gets underneath the number 9 of Brian Crooker there and just yeah.
Let's see if we can catch the tail end of this. I'm not too sure who that was, Louis. Who'd you say caused that caution there?
It's Taylor Lekowski in the 83 Chevy Camaro.
All right, let's go back to the yellow flag. Yep, there you go, right there, getting into the rear end of that driver right there, causing the accordion effect, as you see here at the Super Speedway. So not how you want to start the race. If you're Taylor Lekowski, he's going to have some front-end damage there on that Mountain Dew 83 car.
Yeah, and I believe Joseph Cooley in the 48 Chevy Camaro got into the wall trying to avoid that too. He touched the wall, so he's got a bit of right side damage. The 83. 7 laps in, he came into 2 accidents at the moment. Can keep it clean for the rest of the race.
Yeah, and I think we will. I think I'm not going to say it's expected, but I'm not shocked at all to have a couple of these early cautions, as we've said throughout the broadcast so far. How many of these drivers have the experience racing next to each other? How many don't? Are they going to be able to feel each other out early on? Is that what's going on here? As we did see his right fender get into the left quarter panel there. Not too sure what happened there, but how much are these drivers going to be able to race in a pack? This is a strong field here.
That's what I mean. As I said, I think the first 50, 70 laps, well, what we're going to be in a train. It's not really worked like that at the moment, and you got drivers trying to just gain some positions. But as we have some pit stops anyway, just topping up on fuel, you might as well. It's early in the race, just top that fuel up.
Yep, yes, sir. So as we were corrected by Tyler Bentley in chat, thank you again for that information. We're gonna see these cars be able to take advantage of 2 fast repairs. Now, I don't think anything in that caution is going to. I mean, you don't risk something on something. So, I mean, if you got some fender damage, you're not going to come in this early in the race and use one of those fast repairs. But it is nice to give these guys 2 of those, because this is a 200 lap race.
Exactly. We got 200 lap race, and just the drivers just need to think, right, we're only on lap 9. This is the second caution. Just keep calm. We got loads of the race still to go.
That's that veteran race car driver coming out of my broadcast partner here tonight, Louis Clark. I remember when I was doing the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, Louis kept coming into my chat and saying, hey, you guys need to take it easy. You need to lay off a little bit. It's a long race. And he's absolutely right. A lot of these drivers, are going to have to realize this is 200 laps here. This is going to be a full-length race. It's okay to fall off and lose a position or 2 or even 3, Louis, and be able to just keep your nose clean early on.
Exactly. Daytona, you're not going to lose that much time by just losing a couple of spots, especially this early in the race. You can't win the race on the first corner, or even on the first lap for that matter.
As we take a look at our race leader, the only Toyota in the top 10, that's going to be Jalen Parker coming out of DeLand, Florida. I know that one of those words right there seems like it'd be so easy, right? Like you pronounce it DeLand, but I'm sure there's a little bit of spice to it, like DeLand, Florida.
All I know is Florida.
DeLand. I live in a town called DeKalb, Illinois, and it's just like that, Louis, where the D is capital, the E is lowercase, but the K becomes a capital as well. And sometimes when we have some outsiders come in, they don't know how to pronounce DeKalb. It's always DeKalb or, something crazy like that. So I know I'm probably butchering that hometown down there in Florida. So Jalen, no disrespect there. It looks like he's kissing the bricks in his profile picture. I'd have to assume the only place that you would bend down and kiss bricks like that would be, Louis? Indianapolis. So I'm sure he made the trip from Florida up north and got himself a nice picture there. Good for you, Jalen.
That's one thing that would be on my bucket list.
Absolutely. Now back to the racing action here, as it looks like I think the pace car will come off this time. It's going to come down pit road. Yep, it's going to be up to Jalen Parker to kick us off here as we are closing in on lap 10 here.
Bit of a slow start from that inside line there. The outside actually got the better start.
Yep, that was Chris Akers on the outside in that orange Elise's livery there as they are racing side by side. Only a bumper's advantage as we went into turn 1 there, but now you can see Jalen Parker taking control of that inside line and taking control as your race leader here.
We've got a wreck coming out of 2, someone spinning. They have spun out. We're still green at the moment.
Yep, looks like we're going to stay green there, as that might have been just a single car incident. Getting pushed out of that line there onto the infield. Probably not a whole lot of grip there, but he was able to maintain it, it seems, or appears, as we stick to green flag racing coming up on lap 12.
You see, but it's still 2 by 2 at the back of the pack. It surprises me, really. I thought everyone was going to be green at the moment. Again, we're on lap 12. I didn't think people would really be battling. I think people would just be logging laps.
Now, as you take a look at your screen, I want to be focused on Willie Cuddy here. It appears on your screen both of these drivers are 23, but that's not the case. Jalen Park is the 23 car on paper, and Willie Cuddy is actually driver 64. But that paint scheme looks really good as you see both 23s leading the race here.
Camera sorted. Again, we got some people on that outside, just trying to make the outside work at the moment. I believe that's Brandon Otto in the full team, and trying to get that outside working. It's not going well up though. Looks like now we're starting to form up a train and go start logging some laps.
Yep, the drivers in front are going to fall in line with one another and form that train like Louis said. Now that's going to be a little bit different in the back, as those guys that are in the mid-pack and up in the 20s and the 30s, they're going to be jockeying for position back there. There's a lot more freedom to move around in the back of this field at Daytona, to where when you're up front, especially early on into this race, you just kind of want to fall in line and make sure you're not going to cause any damage to your car.
Well, exactly, and especially if this goes green all the way to the green flag pit stops, people pitted at that last caution for fuel. You could have to find your mate that you pitted with to help you when you come out of pit lane if you pitted later on.
As we follow league owner Wesley Hogue from Jacksonville, Florida. Again, owner at Liberty Racing League, along with his admins as well, putting on a heck of a show here for us tonight. So shout out to Wesley. We appreciate the partnership with you there, sir. Let's check on Reed Christensen, who looked like he was going to be on his way of winning that heat race. He got taken out on the last lap, but he dodged a bullet there, was able to limp across the finish line in that 12th position, only 2 spots away from not being able to qualify into the 500.
And yeah, he's made 17 positions at the moment. So he started 22nd, sorry. So he's making 16 positions at the moment.
Yep, that's all right. We have Dalton Tucker in the 24 Chevrolet, moving up 21 spots since the beginning of this race. Right now, Lucas Sylvester and Chris Parkman are the early, and Tyler Clamas too. He's lost 31 spots since the beginning of this race. We find Elliott Vining and a couple of other drivers a lap down. They were involved in some early on action there, so.
And it's worked out pretty well for Elliott Vining in the 49. He's just come out the pit and he's just got latched onto the back of his of the last pack, so it's not worked out too bad for him. I believe he's in a lucky dog position at the moment. Yes, he is the lucky dog.
So it seems like I think we can finally catch our breath here, Louis, as some of these early cautions got out of the way super early on lap 17 here. Looks like everybody's kind of taking a deep breath. They're falling in line. It's definitely a lot calmer race going on. So this is good to see, as it looks like we are, for the moment, on a bit of a green flag stretch here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the fuel can go for around 35, 40 laps, if I'm not mistaken, from when I've done my Daytona 500 in February. I can't remember off the top of my head though.
As we see your race leaders at the beginning of this pack here, Jalen Parker leading the race, Willie Cuddy behind him, Tyler Clamas, Charles Griffin, and Josh Stiles are your top 5 drivers.
This second pack, we're all still in a train. They're still trying to catch up to that lead pack there. Got Joseph Cooley in the 48 pushing Christopher Woodward, in the 10.
As you see in your battle box on the right hand of your screen, this is the battle for first. It's going to show you the top 6 drivers. It's going to show you some driver stats as far as safety rating goes and I rating. But that's not really what this is about. This is just to give you a little bit of more information on the top 6 drivers as they battle it out and allow us to show you the rest of the field in the ticker up top. This is Liberty Racing League, sponsored by Precision Graphics. Tonight's Daytona 500 brought to you by Corbin Ammo. So shout out to those guys for putting some money in, if you will, and supporting these drivers. As sim racing definitely begins to take off, Louis, there's so much money on the table. There's so much hobbyists coming in, including myself. We're spending a lot of money on our rigs, on our computers, and it's just really nice to see these leagues form and really take off and really take it to the next level.
Yeah, it is, and it's not just the leagues, it's just sim racing in general, especially with like the NASCAR partnership with iRacing. They just signed a new contract with iRacing to be the official partner. Simulation partner, shall I say, whatever you want to call it. So, simulation's come a long way.
It's come a long way, and iRacing's been here for every step of it, coming out in the the I don't want to say early 2000s, but considering we're
2008.
considering we're in 2021, I'm gonna go ahead and say in the early 2000s. Obviously, when it first came out, it wasn't as popular as it is today, but the guys that created iRacing were actually also involved in the very, very first, I believe, the very, very first open wheel sim, where I don't even think they were using wheels back then, Louis. They were using a joystick.
I don't think I was even that old. I was even born during that time.
Yeah, we're talking like early night. As soon as Bill Gates threw them a computer, they were like, we got to race on this. So it's good to see that guys like him stuck it out through the 90s when sim racing wasn't huge. Even going into the 21st century, it really hadn't taken off. And then, the story behind that is that gentleman, I don't remember his name, but his franchise that he had wasn't getting picked up. They said, nah, this ain't going anywhere. We're not going to pick this back up. And that's when him and a few of his buddies created iRacing back in 2008.
Yeah, the person you're talking of is a person called Kamir. I can't think of how you actually say his name. It's something along the lines of that. He had involvement in other games before this, before coming into iRacing and started iRacing himself with his people behind him.
So it looks like on this huge grid, it's position 36 and back are all going to be a lap down for the time being. 35 now with Reed Christensen going a lap down, but I don't think that's any reason to panic for these guys. I'm sure we're not done seeing our cautions. Some of these guys are going to be able to get laps back through Lucky Dog or through pitch strategies and things like that. But Louis, let me ask you this. We're lap 23, going on lap 24 of this race. If you find yourself a lap down this early, what's your mindset got to be to make sure that you're still going to have the confidence to get back into this race?
Your mindset, you just got to think, right, we're only 25 laps into this. We're not even, we're so early into it. You're a lap down, it doesn't matter at the minute. Really, you just got to think that to yourself. As I said earlier, you just got to keep your chin up. It's positive and just keep hard, because it's all going to happen at the end of the day.
Yep, as we got another caution out here, we'll finish up that conversation. That's Robert Walton involved in the yellow flag. This may be a bigger incident as it does come up red on my live timing here. We will take a look at what happened with Robert Walton. Hopefully not too many cars involved.
No, and it looks like the 18 of Jordan Tween just got into the quarter panel and going into turn one.
Yeah, and as you can see, it happened right in front of that big pack. Thankfully, Robert Walton brought it down to the inside where he locked it up and where he stayed for that pack to make its way through there. So Robert Walton, a heads-up play from there. I want to talk about that 18, though. We started getting into the back corner panel of there, and there seemed to be no lift whatsoever coming out of that driver. I think he knew that he kind of screwed up. What happened is going to happen. And he kind of rode it all the way through that corner panel of the 66, and he spinning around, he went.
Well, the 66 was obviously checking up for the 88 of Justin Ray just ahead, and Justin's just sitting behind the 29, and he's just keeping easy. And I don't think Jordan expected the 66 to slow down as much as that. And he did start coming off the gas pedal, and then he got back on it, and just dumped the 66.
So we'll see here. Obviously, we'll see if some of these guys come down, get some tires or fuel. Obviously, they don't need fuel. It's still really early. We've also spent a handful of laps under caution, but we are going to see the leaders come down and at least get some fresh tires. You got to take advantage of these cautions, right, Louis?
Exactly, especially for the people that didn't get fuel on the last caution. You could see everyone just come in and get splash and dash. I don't think you'll see tyres now if they got a limited set. Chat. Let us know if they do have limited sets of tyres for this race. If they do, then they won't be taking any yet. I believe.
Sure. So we'll watch the race off of pit road here as just about every car, specifically on the lead lap, looked like it came in to make some adjustments there. As we take a look at the race off pit lane, we missed a little bit of the action there, but we'll keep on this camera now. This is the race within the race, to where when these caution flags come up and you're coming in and getting pits.
That's a lucky break there for the 49 of Elliot Vinen. Sorry if I said your name wrong. He was a lap down on his own, just riding out on his own. But yeah, he got his lap back. He'll be starting at the tail end of the field. We've already lost Reed Christensen in the 30 after his horrific crash in the heat race. We have lost him. We've Joshua Freed looks like he's had some connection issues there, but he's coming back into the race. I think we're actually going to lose the 33 of Joshua Freed here now. He's having some internet issues. So I believe now we've only got 41 cars left in the field right now, all on the lead lap still.
Yeah, an unfortunate break for that driver. I did see a car jump to pit lane, which I believe is either an internet issue or sometimes that could mean a car is getting, they hit the enter pit through tow, if you will. But I saw that earlier in the event list. I wasn't too sure what happened there. Maybe that was the driver you were speaking of.
Well, I seen I was watching Reed Christensen as soon as he got as soon as he left the room, he was still out on track at the time. So I don't know what happened to him, because he wasn't last. He was still in the group.
Well, fair enough. Nonetheless, we'll catch back up with the race leader, which remains to be Jalen Parker. He's ran up front for most of this race. Timmy Holmes finding himself back up front. And I remember that was that driver, I believe, in that 67 car, Louis, that early on dove into the infield. He was letting a lot of cars pass. And you were saying that's almost an IRL strategy there, to get to the back of the field, keep it clean, see how everybody's going to drive. Now that we are where we're at in this race, and he finds himself up into P2, do you think he's going to hold on to that strategy? Or is that more so like, hey, let's get 20 laps or so out, let's see how the field's going to look, and after that, now we can start making our charge up into the front?
No, I see Timmy going back to the back again. He's gonna think with his head here. I know he's starting on the outside. It depends how he gets his start. He's done decent for the start, but I think he's going back. I think he's going down. If he can get down there, I don't think he will.
Yeah, if he finds himself in the inside line there, we might see him do that, but as you said, he's kind of stuck on that outside line. He's lost pace with Jalen Parker. You see Matthew Lehman and Willie Cuddy move up to second and third, respectively. Kevin West, Jason Foskey taking over that top 5 position. Chris Akers and then Timmy Holmes taking over that 7th place position. So he falls back a little bit. That might have been more naturally, though, as that outside line kind of just deteriorated on that restart. That inside line that Jalen Parker is holding on to really flourished on that last restart.
Exactly. These outside lines, especially for the start, you don't want to be there, because if you do want to get to the back, you have no way. You can't get down to the inside. If someone's there, you just the inside is the best place to be right now. And if you are behind someone, you're gonna wreck. You have a lot more room to go on the inside.
As we find ourselves on the backstretch here, coming up on lap 30 here in half a track out of 200. We appreciate you guys being here, tuning in to Liberty Racing League. I know a lot of you guys in chat have friends and family on the track tonight. We appreciate you getting onto the Twitch app, getting over to Faded TV, and tuning in to tonight's broadcast.
We see, again, it's split into 2 packs right now, with over a second about 2 seconds gap between them right now. Again, this is early in the race. That's what they get. That's what they want to do. They don't want to be up. Again, you see them at the back of the first pack. They're all getting early. I believe that's 15 and 19 was getting squirrely.
Well, it feels really good to be calling a race here at a speedway. I love speedway racing. Everybody's flat out for the most part. It's just so fun to watch. It's not as easy as you think. Just because you're flat out doesn't mean that you leave your racing skill off the track. You definitely got to bring a lot of focus to these tracks. Obviously, you're traveling at very high speeds, really close to other drivers. You're bringing all the focus you can, but it is a fast race to call, and I enjoy doing it.
Oh, we got a massive checkup here. Massive checkup. Coming out of turn 1 and 2, we had a massive checkup. Christopher Woodward is now below the yellow line. He got a bit squirrely. He got pushed in the corner there in the number 10 car. And yeah, it just had a massive checkup. He's fine. There weren't a yellow flag. He was fine. Because, yeah, he's lost a lot of momentum now.
Yeah, and it looks like he finds himself up high as we got a car hitting the wall. He's bouncing off another car. He's going to go front end of the wall there and go on a rodeo spin there on the front stretch before he crosses the start-finish line. As we are switching cameras over to Chris Woodward, we saw it live, and that is unfortunate, as that is most certainly going to take one of 2 fast repairs for that driver to get back out onto the track.
I didn't even see what happened then. What did happen, Fader?
Well, there was a car coming off the exit there. He got, I think, a little bit loose. He got into another car, which sent him up towards the wall. And after that, it was just all about fighting oversteer and hanging on. As we'll get to the replay here momentarily.
Bring this 83 car or Taylor into the cap, have a little yellow flag.
Go ahead and do that. I'm going to take a closer look at this replay for the guys involving Brady Shue.
Hello, Taylor. It's Louis in the broadcast booth. You got coffee?
Yes, sir.
Hello, man. So, start of the race. It's not really been your race at the start, has it? The first 2 incidents you got involved in. What actually happened?
I don't know. It's been a rough race for me. The first lap, I was literally on the brakes down the backstretch, and I don't understand why everybody was going so slow. And then the second incident, the 9 just stayed up there, gave me the lane, and then decided to come back down.
Yeah, man. We were watching it here. It's like, it's such a shame for the 83 car. What's your plan, guy, in this race? Are you just gonna hold out the back to see what happens?
No, I'm trying to get to the front as fast as I can and just get up here because get out of that chaos. It's track position is so important right now in this race.
So are you? I see you did just you did pit then. You got a couple of cars behind you that's just pitted. What did you do on that last pit stop? Did you just take tires or did you take fuel? Sorry, did you just take fuel or did you take fuel and tires?
I've done a right side only so far in this race because I know we have limited sets. So I've just done fuel and right sides right now to try to maintain some track position.
How many sets do you have for this race? Sorry.
We get 4 sets total, 5 with the one you started on.
Wicked. Have a good rest of your race, man, and hope to see you in victory lane.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to thank our sponsors, Precision Graphics, for coming on board for the series sponsorship, and also Corbin Ammo for this race here.
There you go, guys. That's Taylor Lakuski. Sorry if I said your name wrong in the 83.
Taylor Laskowski.
There you go.
Good luck out there, guys.
Rest of the race, man.
Alrighty, thank you for that caution interview, Louis, as we did take a look back. I had to rewind it just a little bit. I don't like doing that with production reasons, but I felt like we had to. the angle that they were giving us just didn't work for me, so we rewinded it a little bit, and that's exactly what happened. Louis, he just came off of the exit really high, smacked the wall, lost control, came down, hit another car, and then found himself nose into that wall. So unfortunate for him, but luckily for the majority of the drivers on the track, unscathed with that.
Yeah, exactly. Again, like I said earlier, these boys just got to calm down. We're only 35 laps into this. We're not even a quarter of the way into it. You just got to think, just
Well,
calm down.
as you heard, though, from the 83 Chevrolet of Taylor Laskowski, really trying to work their way up to the field as fast as they can. They want that track position early, and they want that track position often, which may work for some drivers. I know you're a little bit more on the cautious side. Okay.
But I think that's just my endurance side coming out.
Well, and absolutely, and look, you know, that works because
Fun.
most of you guys at home don't know Louis Clark is an endurance racer for Project Dynamic, and he does a lot of 12 hours. He does a lot of 24-hour races, so he knows his limit when it comes to these endurance races. And I would say, Louis, that 200 laps may not seem like a lot, but when you spend a lot of time on iRacing, even the NIS series is only, it comes around every so often, right? Like when you do a ranked lobby, you're only on the track for, 30, 45 laps at the most, maybe.
But I think an A-class race around here normally is around 50 laps, I believe.
Yeah, so even though this is oval racing, it might not have that feel of endurance racing. It definitely is for these drivers. As we get caught back up, this is live. After watching that replay of what happened to him, we got word in with Taylor, Jalen Parker, Willie Cuddy still holding it down 1-2. Pace car is going to come off this time, and we're going to get you caught back up to some green flag racing as the Toyota of Jalen Parker is going to take us around one more time, at least in P1. Working that inside line here, as we've seen here, Louis, early on. That inside line on the restarts are just so powerful. If you're on the outside, you get hung up. You can't just force your way into the inside line, though. You kind of got to just hold it out, no matter how many positions you lose, until the restart starts settling down. Then you can start getting back into that train, as you were talking about.
Oh yeah, exactly. I was just watching, I believe it was the 34 and the 3. They were getting quite up against each other. And they were getting quite wiggly. I thought there was going to be another wreck right then.
Well, fortunately for everybody involved, there isn't, as we are still green flag racing here. As you see the battle for first in the battle box on your right-hand side, that's going to show you the top 6 to 7 drivers. Up top, you're going to see everybody involved in the race here. You're going to see the relative, how many seconds they're off, and or if they're a lap down and how many laps are down. So a lot of information pumping onto your screen here. We have the track map for you as well. I know it doesn't do a whole lot on the ovals, but we like to keep that up there. You can sort of follow the driver numbers are out there, so you know where, if you're rooting for, let's say, the 24 car, if you can spot him on that track map, at least you have a little bit of an idea of where he is live on the track at that time.
See, again, we're all you got all the cars single file at the moment. You got the 00 side for in P19. Now these guys are thinking, right, we've had our cautions. Let's just log laps as we we're lap 38. We've still got 162 laps to go. Just log laps, calm down. There's a bit of a battle going in the second pack between Brandon Zimmerman and the 20.
And as you heard from the interview that you held with Taylor, I'm sure he's not the only one. Some of these drivers who came into the pits early under caution only took 2 right sides, as we got another yellow flag coming out here.
What happened?
Not too sure here. We'll get caught up into the replay booth here. I don't see any red in our SDK iRacing Live timing, which usually means it's nothing too terrible.
It looks like it was the 51 of Matthew Beeman and the 85 of Lucas Sylvester. Let's go back and have a look at what happened, if I can see it.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. You said the 51 car of Matthew Beeman. Let's tag him. Let's go back into the action here.
Yeah,
and there it is, the horrid scenic view. And it just kind of locks me in there. I think that's because he is off track currently down into pit road. So I'm not too sure. Sometimes with the software we're using, if there's not anything big, it just won't register that anything's going on here. So unfortunately,
I think it might be. Did you have the maximum amount of cars on your graphics?
Yeah,
screen?
I have 63 cars
right,
in
so
my
yeah,
graphics.
there's no
So
problem with
we're
that.
we're definitely good there. I just think SDK might be having a little moment there. As I said previously in the broadcast, for whatever reason, it loves. I think we're catching the tail end of it here. As you can see, that car is toast. He can't keep it straight there. Let's see if it'll go back now. Nope. Well, that's just unfortunate for me. Into the booth. But we can have Louis talk you through there, as it looked like he did have a lot of information of just what happened in that 51 car.
I'm sorry to say I didn't see what happened. It won't show me on my iRacing. All I saw was the 85 and Lucas Sylvester in the 51, I believe it was, going down pit road with smoke out the bonnets of their car.
Yeah, so unfortunately, no matter the point of view, we're not getting any replay of what happened there, whether it was through SDK or my buddy in the broadcast booth who's watching it through iRacing with their camera controls. We can't seem to get an angle of what happened there, but what we can tell you is we're under caution here at the Liberty Racing League Precision Graphics Daytona 500 presented by Corbin Ammo. I'm Faded GG, owner and broadcaster at Faded TV. We have my good buddy of mine, Louis Clark, in the booth with us today. And nonetheless, we'll get back some couple of eye-pacing laps, and then we'll get back going green.
So you guys in the chat, Faded TV, and next Tuesday we have another race. I'm going to be in this race with a special Faded TV paint scheme. Do you want to tell them about it, Faded?
Yeah, sure. So next Tuesday, we welcome All-American Racing League back. They're going to be finishing their Cup Series. It's going to be the championship race in Michigan, I believe, correct?
Yeah, believe so. I hope so.
It's going to be a 100-lap race at Michigan, as All-American Racing League is going to close out their race season. And a good buddy, Louis Clark, he just said, it's going to be rocking the Faded TV paint scheme on his Toyota. So much appreciation for that.
And as we get ready to go green this lap coming out of turn 4.
Michigan! It's Michigan! What did I say?
Michigan.
Hey, what did I say? What did I kept saying?
It's Michigan.
Either way, hey, we love you, Hillbilly. Thank you for the credit. As we get green flag racing here, we're going to come up on lap 42 of 200. That's next week. But right now, all eyes are on Liberty Racing League and their Precision Graphics Cup Series as these guys kick off their inaugural Cup Series season here on Faded TV. We couldn't be more blessed and honored to have these guys all season long, every Monday night. Be sure to drop a follow, turn on notifications. You are not going to want to miss this, as this is our biggest field that we're going to be calling here over the next couple of weeks.
And again, we've got another separate pack from the 23 car of Brandon Zimmerman, sorry. Gee, my English. Yeah, we got a little gap again. So, is this what he wanted to do?
Yeah, and it looks like Kevin West is actually going to be in front of Brandon Zimmerman, leading that second pack through. Nope, that's all right there. As you can see, a couple of bus lengths in between pack 1 and pack 2, as these guys are finally starting to, whether it's intentional or not, give each other a little bit more room on the racetrack. This should definitely provide some green flag racing for us.
Here we got Chris Parkman that is just hanging up high. He's trying to get back to the rear, and he's just dropped in now behind Jason Stevenson and in front of Kevin West. We got the number 3 that's hanging up on the outside, up in the high line as well. Looks like he's going to try and get to the back of the pack.
Yep, that's going to be Jason Foskey rocking the Do It for Dale good wrench number 3. You'll love to see it. Shout out to Jason for good taste in race car drivers. So it looks like, Louis, that gap didn't take that long to fill, which goes back to your point, because when we first started talking about, you know, pack 1, pack 2 just a lap ago, I mean, you could have fit 10 buses in between these cars, but as you can see, that has definitely changed. That second pack is starting to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, they were. I think they've dropped back off now a bit, Faded. They have dropped off a bit now. They are about 2.5 seconds back now from Jason Foskey, the number 3.
It's Michigan.
We've got about 15 cars in this second pack at the moment. So we got about 27 in that first pack. Again, that first pack are all single file. You got a couple of them in the second pack as you trying to get that high line working. If I was them, I'd just be dropping in into that and just following the train, basically.
Well, it's interesting. You have Chris Parkman and Kevin West here, kind of in between both those pack. Obviously, a little bit closer to that backpack, but definitely separating themselves from there, trying to make a push back up to Jason Foskey, who's on the tail end of this first pack. But yes, as you said, my mistake, they dropped off significantly from this first group of racers. But not like we keep saying, it's not a big deal right now. We're only lap 46 out of 200.
Yeah, we've still got 144 laps to go. To be honest, I would be doing the exact same thing as Chris Parkman in the number 1 and the rest of them guys in that second pack. I'd just be hanging at the back. We know there's going to be another caution. We've, yeah.
As we ourselves up here in the booth start settling in here. Got a long night ahead of us. Should be an amazing race. Should be a part of. Like we said, we had a couple of early cautions there, but I think that's just, hey, that's nerves. First race of the season. But ever since then, we've been able to clean up a lot of that's been going on, and we've been able to get on what's now is looking like the second really long stretch of green flag racing.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we are only actually 47 laps into this. Everyone's trying to get calm now. They're really in that line. I don't really see people trying to use that high line right now. They're just going to be logging up, I reckon, about another 25, 30 laps now until they're going to have green flag pit stops. As we see, a car getting up high, a bit loose there. I believe that's the number 6, 5. Just trying to get my cameras working here. Number 00, Alex Vasilio. Getting loose out of turn 2, getting a bit of a check-up.
Yeah, I was trying to get a good shot. If you look at the track map there, car number 34 is kind of out there all by him lonesome. Same with 32. So I'm not too sure what's going on with those guys, but they're definitely way off pace. 32's at least got a buddy there. They can see if they can work their way back up to the tail end of that second group of drivers. But that 34 car is not having a really good race right now as he finds himself all alone there.
Exactly, but it's going to happen, man. It's going to happen. We've got to feel sorry for him.
But he's out. He's running laps there. He's holding on to that as long as he can. Anything can happen in these long races.
No, it's good for the 85 of Lucas Sylvester. He's a lap down now because of that accident he had with Matthew Beeman. But he is in a pack now, so he is lucky though. No one else is behind him that's racing Matthew Beeman. Retired from the race, so he is in that lucky dog at the moment, and he is in a pack, which is still really good. He's right behind you.
As you see in the gearbox camera angle, just how close these guys are going. They're flat out around Daytona here. Very high stress indeed, I feel, for these drivers. I'm nervous up here in the booth every once in a while when I see these guys get real close there, but there's a lot of skilled drivers out here on the track. Heck of a lot better than me. They're probably not worried about it, so.
This second pack is, I believe it's second pack. They have started to go back to too wide right now, so just keep your eyes out for that. There might be another caution soon, as they're catching a couple of slow cars here, so they're gonna have to try and check up a bit. They were catching some slow cars that lost draft to the first pack.
Yeah, as you see here, Joseph Cossi involved in that, double wide in this second pack of drivers. Everybody's up front, basically single file. They're in the groove. These guys towards the middle and the back of the field still trying to jockey for position. As you see, some are going up high, some are staying down low, trying to make sure they don't lose any pace here, because once you do, it can cost you.
Exactly. Once you're a second behind a car, that's it. You've lost that draft, and you're just gonna be a sitting duck.
These two cars here have been working together here for a few laps, leading this second pack of racers. As the first pack's going to come across the start-finish line, we're going to make it all the way up to lap 54 out of 200.
Oh, we got a wreck just by the entrance of pit down here. What just happened? The caution flag expect to come out. It involves the 75 of Slaney Benfield as well. Has the yellow flag come out? No?
No yellow flag, as we see. He
Looks
was
like
definitely
Brian
involved
Proctor.
in something. Now it looks like he's going to lose a lot of time here. As you see that pack coming for him, he's going to have to drop down low here, let these cars pass. As we stay green flag racing here at Daytona. Looks like Edward Gibson. Let's see if we can take a look at that. I think that might be what is involved in what you were calling, maybe not.
Yes, it was. Brian Cook of Stoney Benfield and Edward Gibson coming out of turn 4. Yeah, just carnage. We had Brian Cook just sideways coming into pit road where he at 220 kilometers per hour. I'm surprised that weren't a caution flag. Really, that was quite a big impact. He's on the try over him.
Jalen Parker still your race leader, but Josh Stiles in the 25 Chevrolet, who's moved up 26 positions since the start of this race, finds himself in P2 with Taylor Laskowski, who we interviewed during that last caution, said he wanted to make his way up to the front soon. He wanted track position, and track position is what he gets as he finds himself up in the top 3. Brandon Noto in 4th, Frank Hughes in 5th, So a couple of new names coming up here, taking over the top 5 spots.
Well, the second we got about 4 or 5 packs at the moment. The second pack's got 4 people in it, and the third pack also. Gordon in the 18 leading that second pack, and yeah, they're just running their own line. They're just running the inside, just a train, and then you got about 6 cars behind in the full pack side by side. Nothing much to commentate on really from the backside of the pack.
Yeah, worthy to note that your 5th place driver, Frank Hughes, has also over that 20 mark as far as positions gained, coming in at 22 positions gained since the start of this race. So to Louis' point, it's not terrible to start the Daytona 500 in the back of the pack. You stay clean, you keep your nose clean, you stay hard on the throttle, and eventually you're going to make your way up to the front of this pack.
As we've got the number 31 of Tyler Klimas, he's about to get lapped. He's just running laps on his own at the moment. I don't really know what happened. He just come out of the... He just come out of it? No, he didn't. So I don't know what happened to him. He just lost touch with the field.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars here. If you see on the track map, losing pace. We got cars kind of all over the track here. As you see, the leaders coming up on the inside.
We got Casey Feaster in the 29. That's in pit road. He's getting some tires. He's got a bit of damage on the rear of that Bush Ford Mustang, and he overshot his pit stall a bit as well.
Yep, this is footage of that Kevin Brunel incident here. Not too sure what it's going to show us here. It says he went off track. We're going to stay on board with this just for a couple of seconds, see if we can actually see what happened there. Or if live timing is just having a hard time keeping up with this huge 40-plus car field. It looks like that is going to be the case. Let's bring it back to some live action here as we do see some cars down pit lane here. Those were some leaders for a while there, or at least towards the front in that 67 and that 23, as it looks like we're going to go through our first set of green flag caution, or pit stops, excuse me.
Well, yeah, we've our last pit. As we see Taylor Lukarski in the 83, he's coming onto pit road. They were under caution on lap 41, so I'll be surprised. He must have taken time on around lap 34, 35. I said it'll be about a 30 lap stint on fuel, but there's about 5 people that come in then. Let's see how they come out of pit.
Of course, some of these drivers that were only a lap down going to take full advantage of this and probably stay out to at least get their lap back, and then maybe hope for a caution later on to take care of their next pit stops that's going to happen.
So that pit stop for Taylor and the rest of his crew went quite well then. They're all still out together, the 4, the 50, the 61, the 14, and Taylor himself in the 83. So that looks overall like a good pit stop. They've got about 5 people in that field. It looks like the free's about to drop off from the exit of pit lane. He had a bit of a slow stop. He's not going to get up to speed in time to catch him back up.
And that's going to open the door for a couple of these drivers who's kind of sat in the back to get up towards the front. We see Jordan Twynham, your new race leader. He's battling it out with Dalton Tucker. Nicholas Snyder finds himself 27 positions gained at the moment, up to 3rd. Obviously, that's going to continue to fluctuate as it looks like they're having he had to slow down there big time to avoid hitting that 23 car who's trying to get back up to pace after coming off of pit road.
That's what I mean. You got to be so careful now. You got people coming out of pit road that's so slow compared to you guys going at 200 odd miles an hour. So they just need to just be careful coming off the turn 2. You know, these guys are doing about 193 miles an hour and 195 miles an hour.
Yeah, and of course it's going to be the driver's responsibility to understand that some of these cars are coming off pit lane. The drivers that are coming off, it's their responsibility to stay down low, and it's the cars that are already out on the track. They have to understand and realize that they're going to have to check up high, and maybe a little bit earlier too. That was a late checkup there. I'm not too sure what he was thinking there, but when you got cars coming off pit road, you know their job is to stay down low. You're going to have to check up high and make that work.
Oh yeah, even if they come out to the pit and just down the bottom, them guys have got enough speed doing 100 miles an hour more to easily get past them at high side. So I believe Dalton Tucker, did he pit on that last caution? Is that why he's still out? I believe he did pit on that last caution and take fuel. So he's still going to be out for a good another like 15 laps roughly until he'll have to pit. So, you know, strategies now have gone totally out the window compared to like, you know, every driver's gone different on strategies.
Yep, and for now at least, Dalton Tucker's going to be your race leader. He's led ever since everybody started cycling through their green flag pit stops, as Louis just brought up. He has not done one of his own, so we'll see just how long he can keep his 24 Chevrolet rocking the flames paint scheme, just how far and long he can stay up to the front here before he's got to turn it into pit lane, get himself some tires and fuels. You see Nicholas Snyder behind him as well. I believe that's might be the first time we've called his name, so he might also be one of those drivers, Louis, that's just out hanging there for the next 10, 15 laps before coming down to pit road.
Well, yeah, exactly. I think all these guys in this first little group did pit under the last weekend, but now they're catching these lap cars ahead, so what are these lap cars going to be like? Are they going to be a menace to this front group?
Well, we'll see if they want to work together to create a line for these guys that are coming up. Nope, it looks like they're going to stay down on that inside line. They're going to make these drivers now they're getting a little high in the corners there. It's up to that 31 car to follow suit and get behind that 94 to allow the race leader, Dalton Tucker, to get that preferred racing line, as it looks like here comes some pit stops. Yes, sir. That's going to be Dalton Tucker coming in. Nicholas Snyder.
Oh, we got a bit loose.
Oh!
I said it. We said it's going to be a challenge getting into pit road.
They're coming off the racetrack at such a fast pace there. Whew.
You got to feel sorry for Nick Snyder though. He started P30 in this race and he was fine. He just got rear-ended. He just got rear. No, he did. He just
I just got a little loose there. Let's see if we can take a look at that. That's Kevin West coming into pit road. He's locking it up, coming in just a little too hot. That's going to cause the drivers behind them to lock up their brakes. Nowhere to go for them, as you see them tagging each other in pit road. That's an unfortunate scene for Kevin West and the rest of those drivers who are, you know, if that comes in on a yellow, even though it's embarrassing and you don't want that to happen, you can take care of it. But that game under green flag, that's a lot of time that those drivers are losing in this race, Louis.
Well, yeah, exactly. But what do we say? We said that it's going to be tricky getting on to pit road from 193 miles an hour, especially when you have about 7 guys behind you that you don't know what they're doing. You're mirror driving at that point, especially who was in first. Dalton was, but even Dalton's lost quite a lot of time now to like Wes and that gang up in the top 4 now.
Yeah, as we see, we have a new race leader here, Don Milkowicz, and followed by that 83 car, Taylor Laskowski. Brandon Otto back into third, and Dalton Tucker. Looks like he's going to be holding on to P4 here. And Jordan Twina behind him, rounding out your top 5 drivers, Louis.
So with Don in the 54 car, he's out there on his own strategy now. He hasn't got a friend that's not on his lap with him. So if he has to pit anytime soon, if he can't find a pack to graft with, he's going to be left out to hang in a dry. He's going too wide with drivers at the moment, but he's on his home. He's 17 seconds ahead, but you know, these lap drivers ain't helping him.
Don Milkowicz holding on to that first place position for now. I'm wondering if he's one of those drivers, I would assume, Louis, that also needs to come down pit road Luckily, he chose to stay out when he did. He was able to avoid the carnage down that pit lane.
I'm looking to see if Don did pit on that last cruise. Yes, he did pit on that last cruise, so he did take 4 tires, and that was on lap,
So-
lap 41. We are now on lap 64. So soon he will be coming down the pit.
We're on lap 69, almost coming up on a lap 70 here.
Yeah, so expect the next couple of laps he's gonna come in, but if he's gonna come out on his own, that's gonna be a real shocker for him, and you will see him a lap down. I'm pretty sure of
As
it.
we see, here's 2 drivers as we speak coming down. Don Milkowicz, your race leader, going to be one of those drivers.
Yeah, and let's just watch Don here. Let's see what happens when he comes out of pit. I don't think he'll come out with anyone. Really, I know there's a car that's come in front of him. But let's, you know, a lot can happen. It's Lucas Silvestre that's come in with him. Let's see if them two can actually work together coming out of pit lane.
So your new race leader, going to be Taylor Laskowski in that 83 Chevrolet.
This has worked out quite decent for Don. He has come out with Lucas, so he has at least got a drafting partner, but it's going to set him right back.
Yeah, it looks like Don Milkowicz, after it's all said and done with his pit stop, may still be looking at a top 20 position. I'm not too sure, but it looks like that might be where he stands. We do have a lot of drivers that are multiple laps down in this race, so that's going to help out some of these drivers under green flag pit stops to at least maintain track position. Just in case there's a caution that comes out, they can get ahead of those drivers that are a couple of laps down back onto the restart.
Exactly, and you know, it's quite a spread out formula where we've only had, 30 laps of green flag racing, and we've got so many packs. There's only 5 cars in this lead pack, and I believe 4 of them are teammates, so there's just one that's left out.
We stay on board here with your top 5 drivers in the race. You see it on the ticker above. We got Taylor Laskowski, Brandon Otto, Josh Stiles, Willie Cuddy, and Wesley Hogue has found himself back into the top 5.
Yeah, the admins of this league's doing quite well at the moment, ain't they?
Kind of been in the middle of the field so far. As we come up on 73 laps completed at Daytona. We've had only a few amount of cautions, nothing really that serious. Couple of drivers already going through their quick repairs. Looks like Keith Brownwell went off track here. Not too sure if that's going to bring out a caution. If it doesn't, we're going to stay live with your top 3 drivers up front as Brandon Otto makes the pass on to Taylor Laskowski to take over as your new race leader as they come out of turn 4. He's going to lead a lap here at the Daytona 500.
I hope. Do they get extra points for leading a lap? I hope they do. Yeah, so for people that's just joined, anyway, Liberty Racing League, for this race you're only allowed 4 sets of tyres, and I believe it is 1 fast repair for this race. Am I right, Faded?
2 fast repairs. 2 fast
Two
repairs.
fast repairs.
Yep.
So yeah, as you said, Faded, a couple of them's gone through their fast repairs now, and we've just passed a third of the race, sorry. So yeah.
That's all right here. Nonetheless, we still have over half the race. As you said, a couple of these drivers most likely using one of their quick repairs. Maybe even, I mean, there was some drivers that were caught up in multiple incidences there. You'd hate to see somebody not having a quick repair left with only 75 laps done. As Louis just said, these guys get 4 sets of tires plus the tires that they start with. So that should be plenty to make it around 200 laps here. We'll see what kind of strategy comes into play. We've talked to some drivers who've only taken 2 under caution. Some have taken 4. So it's really going to come down to some late race strategies here for these drivers. But right now, we still have a long way to go as we are keeping pace up with that 14 Chevrolet of Brandon Otto, who still has Taylor Laskowski hot on his bumper, followed by the 61 car of Josh Stiles. Willie Cuddy and Wesley Hogue still holding strong, your P4 and P5 drivers. Looks like Wayne Lowe sitting in 6th in that 34 Chevrolet. He's trying to get his name called as he keeps pace and is wheeling down Wesley Hogue.
So we got the first two. We got Brandon Otto and Taylor in the 83. I'm not going to try and say his surname again. Them guys have actually split from the from Joshua Styles, Willie Cuddy, and Wes. Them guys are 4 seconds behind the 14 and the 83 at the moment. So this has worked out pretty well. Obviously, there's going to probably be another caution or two, but this is working out all right for them. You know, they got 4 seconds. They are with about 4 lapped cars drafting. They're all in a line. They're not trying to be stupid, trying to overtake on the high side, slowing themselves down. They just run in the line and helping Brandon and Taylor maintain their 4.5 second lead.
Yeah,
5.5 second lead.
And that was a good scene right there, coming off that front stretch there. The gap between this first pack of racers and the it starts to drop in the 7th place car with Jordan Twynham. You can see 13.5 second gap separating 1st through 6th and the rest of the field. So these guys up here in the top 6 are on a heck of a run here. Last thing any of these drivers want to see is a caution. They want to see green as long as possible. And then obviously on the flip side, Louis, if you're sitting in 7th or beyond, you're maybe hoping for a caution as long as you're not involved to get a little bit of a reset here.
Well, exactly. You said about 7th, you got Jordan Twine in the 18. He's now 13 seconds behind. He's got about 4 or 5 in his group at the moment. But yeah, he'll be hoping for that caution to come out as long as he's not in it. We've seen it on other Daytona 500s on iRacing. Once them green flag pit stops come out, it's going to split the field up. There's going to be so many packs. It's not going to be like one big pack in like real racing Daytona. The good thing for Brandon and Taylor though in the 14 and 83, they're actually making time on the. They're actually pulling the gap between them and the 25 and 64, Josh and Willie, as well as Rob and Wayne. So yeah, it's going quite well for them. I don't know what's going on with them guys to be slowing down so much. You know, Taylor and that's doing 45.8s, and you've got the second group of Josh doing 46.3s and all that. So they're losing about 4 to 5 tenths a lap. They need to sort themselves out there in that second group. They got 5 cars in it.
How do you prepare for a race, Louis, since you're our endurance expert up here in the broadcast booth? We've tried our best to kind of compare 200 laps of oval racing to maybe, let's just compare it to a 6-hour stint with you or a 3-hour stint. What do you do to prepare for a race this long? For your mentals, are some guys eating properly like maybe a real race car driver would have? Maybe a bag of peanuts or something by your rig? I mean, do you take it that seriously as far as making sure you maintain your energy and come into a long race like this mentally prepared?
Well, like when I've done my endurance stints, for any endurance race, you want to have a good night's sleep just before. Even in a 24-hour race, even if you're going to sleep throughout the next night when you're not driving, just make sure you go into the race without being tired. Make sure you're hydrated. I have a big bottle of water right next to me that I can just pick up on the straight. Because here in England we don't have aircon like you guys out there. So it gets really hot really easy in our houses and flats out here compared to you guys. But you want to keep yourself hydrated. You want to make sure you're comfortable in your seat because 200 laps you're still sitting here for some Daytona 500 races can go on for like 4 hours.
So did you? So I got to stop you right there. So England doesn't have air conditioning?
No, we don't have air conditioning in our.
Is it an environmental thing, or you guys just like to torture yourselves, or what?
No, it's just because it's England. It's too cold.
Yeah. Okay. So.
No, we don't have aircon over here. We just have windows, and we have to buy fans. And to be honest, that still doesn't really help sometimes. But yeah, we don't have aircon in our houses over here.
Well, that is interesting. I didn't know that. I'm going to have to ship Louis Clark an AC. Everybody in chat's going to throw down for shipping. We're going to get you a window unit. You'll be nice and cool for the rest of your summers. I'm sure you'll need it as Europe falls to Italy yesterday in the soccer cup, whatever you guys call it.
Football. I'm not having this argument with you, Sadie. It's football. It's not soccer. It's football. I've already had this argument with another friend called Caden. It's football. But yeah, man, no, it was.
Well, Louis Clark's football team lost to Italy's soccer team yesterday, as I'm sure most of you know that catch up or are relevant with any kind of social media, Twitter, Facebook, or whatnot. So a big loss for him last night, but I'm sure he got some rest in as he has made the Daytona 500 here with us on Faded TV to join me in the booth calling the inaugural race for Liberty Racing League's Cup Series Championship. So we appreciate him being in the booth with us tonight. What time is it over there for you, Louis?
Let me just have a look. It is 2 in the morning.
Almost 2 o'clock in the morning and going strong.
Yep, thanks for having me, man. I've sponsored myself by Red Bull for this morning. A bit of Red Bull, bit of lemonade, bit of cider. So we're good to, we're getting in the tradition.
Alrighty, well, hopefully you still have some more on tap. Make sure you're mixing in a little bit of water there. Like you said, you want to stay hydrated. Even through the night up here as broadcasters, we got to keep our voices nice and I know a lot of people don't like this word, but moist, if you will. Definitely don't want any cotton mouth going on. So
yes, it can be safely said that I did lose my voice after last night's football match. It was I couldn't talk. Put it that way.
So as we continue under green flag here, we still see Brandon Otto maintaining pace. He took the lead more than a few laps ago from Taylor. These guys have stayed 1-2 the entire time. Josh Stiles still holding down third place. Willie Cuddy in fourth, and league owner Wesley Hogue maintaining that fifth place spot. We see Jordan Twynham in seventh. He's moved up 26 spots since the start of this race. So nice, patient driving coming out of Jordan. Nicholas Snyder, who's in eighth, gaining 22 positions since the beginning of this race.
So we've seen who Brandon and Taylor was in a pack with. Two of their drivers in that pack. They just headed to pit road, so they're only a pack of 3 now, so they're not going to be as quick as what they were. But since I last said they was at 5 seconds between them and Joshua Stiles in third, that gap has now risen to 8.1 seconds. That's another 3 seconds that they made in about 5-6 laps.
And one of those cars there, that blue and red livery, that guy's a lap down too. So it might be fortunate for Brandon Otto and Laskoski to have him running with them. But fortunate for him too to keep pace with the leaders up here. And then you see the third place driver, Josh Stiles, over 8 seconds behind Brandon Otto and Taylor. So while we were up here talking football, these guys up front, third, fourth, and fifth, definitely been losing some pace out there, Louis.
You called it football. Yeah, no, just going back to the pack of 3 now, who is it, Otto and Taylor. They've got Frank Hughes with him, who, he said he's a lap down, but he last pitted on lap 59. We're now coming up to 85, so in a couple of laps he's going to have to pit soon, but they have just attached themselves to another car of Robert Walton, who I believe they were just with just before, so they're going to end up with a 5-car pack again, because they got Brandon Zimmerman that they're coming up on. So hopefully they can actually pull out this gap even further towards the 25 and 64.
Yeah, and they're praying for green flag racing the whole way as these two have raced their tail off. You see it at the top of your screen. Over 8.5 second gap between that third place car, Josh Stiles, Willie Cuddy, and Wesley Hogue, as they're hoping they can keep this as green as possible and maintain this huge gap that they have up here between themselves. However, I suppose maybe when it comes close to pitting time, those feelings may change. We'll see how they go. As you see a car coming off pit lane here, we have a few cars making some green flag pit stops here.
Yep, and let's talk about Timmy Holmes in the 67. We haven't mentioned his name in a long time. He was in a group of 3. They've just come into the pit. Him with Jalen Parker in the 23. Yeah, they're just pitting now. So they were together. They were sitting P11, P12. Let's see what he can do, because he was looking feisty. He was at the front of the pack for a couple of laps at the start of this race.
Yep, as you see on the bottom of your screen, these cars racing off pit road. These were cars on the lead lap taking some green flag pit stops, so we might start seeing a cycle of more cycles of green flag pit stops, as this race has gone under green for the longest time since the green flag dropped. So shout out to all these drivers. They got their cautions out of the way early, and we have seen some really good racing since.
Well, let's just, we've just had the 38, 34 and the 64 of Wes, Wayne and Willie, the 3 Ws this pit. There's a bit of a gap between them coming out of pit road, so they're going to lose a bit more time there. But they're just 3 of them now on their own, so they might be losing a bit more time. We got the leaders in, we got Brandon and Taylor. They both just come into the pit lane together as well. That means Jordan finally, Green, however you say his name, sorry, will go to the point.
As Louis just spoke, a couple of these guys, now that we're up front, going to come in down, get some fuel, get some tires. That's going to open the door for Jordan Swineham to lead a couple of laps here anyways before they start making their green flag pit stops. We'll start seeing a lot of cycling going on in the ticker up above and the battle box to your right. That's probably going to change quite a bit over the next 5, maybe 10 laps before we start getting settled back in after these green flag pit stops.
So you've got from Jordan Swineham, Nick Smiley, and Joseph Guzzi, 4 of them. Let's see, they should be pitting quite soon. Will there be another wreck? Because I reckon all 4 of them will come in together. Will they just take it nice and easy onto the road?
Brady Shue finding his way back up into 5th place, 24 positions gained since the start of this race. Nicholas Snyder, our 3rd place driver currently on lap 91, has gained 27 positions. And we've talked about Jordan here a couple of times tonight, Louis. He has gained 31 positions since the beginning of this race. Now, obviously, that may fluctuate, but a lot of these drivers, right where they want to be when they need to be there.
Oh yes, for definite. But then, as you said, yeah, Jordan and them guys have still got a pit yet. There's only 3 of them that needs to pit in that group. They've got a 21 second gap. 4 of them that needs to pit. They've got a 21 second gap to Brady Shue, and the 7 that I believe has got to pit as well. But the main guys you're looking for is Brandon Otto and Taylor in the 83. They're 28 seconds behind. They were at the lead of this race before the pit. They had about an 8 to 10 second lead. They're going to get back to the point quite soon.
Well, as we approach halfway here, I know we're still a couple of laps away here at Daytona. What are your thoughts so far on the race, Louis, as we do approach just about 50% here, coming up on lap 94? Is it about what you expected? Is it a little bit cleaner than what you thought once we got those quick yellows out of the way? What are your thoughts so far?
Well, after them first 50 laps where it was a bit of a caution fest, we've started to get cleaner. We've got loads of packs now. So yeah, it's going like I expected it to. You know, everyone's just running behind each other, just keeping to the yellow line. That's a fastest way around it. As we said, it is hard for cars, especially if you're behind someone. It sort of creates like a little air bubble. From when I raced it, they might have changed it since then. into that car ahead. So yeah, everyone's just going to be running like a train at the moment.
As you see, the battle for 12th, Wesley Hogue losing a couple of spots, dropping back a little bit in his 38 Chevrolet. He's going to be bringing Josh Stiles, Wayne Lowe, and Jalen Parker along for the ride momentarily. We'll see which group of these drivers still have to come in under green as we come up on...
Caution.
Oh, we do have a caution. It looks like Charles Griffin involved in this, and that's a tough break as it looked like Stoney Benfield had just entered pit lane at the top of that caution. So let's go back and take a look at that again. This is going to be Charles Griffin. It looks like he was coming off pit lane.
He just spun it. Or did he think he was doing the 24 hours of Daytona?
Let's take a look here. He's coming off pit lane, as Louis said, and that Jack Link Chevrolet comes off pit road just a little too hard on the throttle. He's going to lock it down. He's going to try to gather himself here. No harm, no foul there, Charles.
The thing is, you got to remember is when you come off that pit, you know, the new tires, they're cold. They haven't got no temperature in them, so they're going to not be grippy. So you got to be easy getting onto that throttle. And I think Charles just forgot he had new tires then.
So now Willie Cuddy, Timmy Holmes, Jason Parker among the drivers, Louis, who I think were making pit stops under green when a lap down. They're going to be able to, I think, avoid any long-term damage here, as a lot of these leaders are going to have to come in and make some pits. But for some drivers that were up front who were thinking about taking a green flag pit stop and worried about track position, they don't really have to worry about that as much anymore.
Well, exactly. But this is going to hurt the likes of Dalton Tucker and Jordan Twynham and Nick Snyder if the guys that have pitted doesn't top off with fuel. I think they might do, but if they didn't, if they don't, it could send them back to about 16th. But I see the Taylor in the 83 has come in, so he'll be starting around the backside of the like the lead pack.
Yep, that's Taylor Laskowski on your screen there, getting at least left side tires. Not too sure if I had seen right sides or not. Some of these drivers might be coming in here under caution, worrying about track position, only taking 2 tires. Some of them taking 4. Pit strategy starting to come into play. You would have to assume a little bit more now as we're almost coming up on 50% of this race.
Shall we get the league owner Wes in here, see how he's racing?
Yeah, go ahead and bring him in here, Louis. I'm going to step back for just a second.
Let me just find him first of all. Hey Wes, it's Louis in the booth. You got a copy? Hey man, how's your race going for you, bud?
It sucks. How's it going for you guys?
It's certainly been a roller coaster.
Yeah, it's this package here, Lucas. It really sucks. To be honest with you, probably wondering why you're watching these guys race single file for so long. You can't pass. You can't pull out to the outside and pass anybody. So you see a lot of single file racing, but it's a learning experience tonight. And probably when we come to Talladega, we're going to run a different car there. But we're doing the best we can with what we got.
So when I last raced a cup car, we couldn't get close to the guy we couldn't get close to the leader if we were in second. It sort of creates like an air bubble. Is it still doing it now with this package?
Absolutely, it's an air bubble no matter where you're at. The only way you're able to catch anybody is if they're checked up and you get onto the bumper. It becomes a fairly effect, but you have some really hard runs and you want to take advantage of them. But as soon as you go to the outside, it's like hitting a brick wall. So it's very, very, very frustrating nonetheless. Frustrating. So we're doing what we can. Thank you guys for everything you're doing. Precision Graphics as well as Equipment Ammo for helping us get here. But we're keep on trying out here.
All right, thanks, Wes.
You heard it, guys.
Appreciate it. That's League Gator, Wes Hogue. Thank you for doing that, Louis. That allowed me to step away just for a second, take care of some business. We appreciate you.
That's all right, man.
You know, it's so nice.
Fighting going on in this. Got some fighting going on here with lap cars on the pace lap, trying to get past. There was a bit of argy-bargy right then.
Oh hell. Between,
I believe, I'm trying to find who it was, Alex Racino and Brandon Zimmerman.
Well,
under the pace laps, they were getting a bit feisty. Trying to get fast. As I believe Fady's just had a problem with his headset.
We're starting to get to that point of the race, Louis, where some tensions might be getting a little high. These guys have been on the track for quite some time. Might be some fatigue showing up, a little bit of frustration coming out onto the track under these caution laps here.
Well, exactly. We're now nearly halfway through it. You're going to see more people now going to be trying to make their way up to near the front now. Especially, you got the guys like Wes that we just spoke to. That this really helped him because he got 12 seconds behind. This really helped him catch up to the lead pack and that. But this is not what Taylor and Brandon Otto wanted.
No, it certainly isn't. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the pace car went off there. I thought we were going to get green flag racing. The pace car went off.
I think it's because of the not all the field was packed up together that we just needed to extend the caution
Sure.
a bit.
So we'll probably get them out here maybe for 2 more laps max. Get these guys a little bit more packed up. I think we're waiting on a couple of these cars that were in the back. Now they're in pit road, so we don't got nothing to worry about there. Pace car, as you can see, on the inside of that yellow line. He's just making sure these guys start getting into a good rhythm here and get them back bunched up the way that they're supposed to be. So he's going to make his way now out onto the back stretch.
Oh yeah, exactly. Let's we're nearly 100 laps into this. We're gonna start seeing drivers just getting their elbows out now, and expect there to be a few questionable moves. Let's put it that way.
Well, and of course, no matter what position you're in, once this race starts getting towards the latter half, about 1 lap, maybe 125, certainly lap 150, you're going to start seeing a lot more energy come out of these drivers as they know that the race is coming to an end. We might start seeing some risky moves play out with these drivers, and we'll just have to see. As we talked with Wes, passing has been very hard here at Daytona. Are we going to start seeing some drivers push it to the limits? Of course we are.
Oh yeah, of course we are. Wes didn't really sound happy in that little interview right then as we get ready to go green. You can call it fake.
Yeah, pace car's off. It looks like we're grouped up just fine. We got the lights at the top of the screen. Dalton Tucker's going to take us to the green flag, and let's see if he can maintain on the inside there. Dalton Tucker and Josh Stiles fighting for P1 here as we come up on lap 100 of 200. We appreciate you guys sticking around through the entire race so far.
We got a bit of checking up at the back of that little first pack then. We had a bit of a check-up then, just slowing back down, and everyone's going to try it. I reckon people might still just try and get back in line for now, let it run a couple of laps, let them get a little split between the packs.
Yeah, and it looks like Dalton Tucker's going to lose pace. Not too sure if that was intentional or not. He's going to drop all the way to 7th and counting. Josh Stiles is going to be your new race leader on lap 100, followed by Nicholas Snyder and Joseph Cossey in the 48 Chevrolet, who's gained 17 positions since the start of this race.
Now lap 100, officially now halfway through this race.
Looks like Dalton Tucker's just going to tuck back into that 8th place. Not too sure what happened there. If maybe he just got a little bit loose, had to fall back a little bit. But he's going to find himself still in the top 10, right in front of Justin Ray and Kevin Rice. Going to round up your top 10 drivers here. Chris Woodward, Wayne Lowe, Brady Shue, Jalen Parker, and at one time race leader Don Milkowicz going to be rounding out your top 15.
And I'm having...
You all right over there, Louie? You need a drink of water?
No. Computer issues. Mac keeps telling me that I need to upgrade my virus protection.
Oh, yeah. Well, McAfee can wait till after. He can wait 100 more laps here as we still got plenty of race to call.
Oh, yeah.
As we see some of these drivers... sorry to cut you off, but some of these drivers, including Nicholas Snyder, look like they're trying that high side line.
We got a wreck. Turn 4, we got a wreck.
Yeah,
Massive wreck.
that's gonna bring us
Jason
under
Parker in
caution.
the 94. Jason Parker in the 94. He just get say little. Oh no, it wasn't Jason Parker. It was Jason Folsky. That he looked like he got clipped by the number 3. The number 3 come down on him, which hit his quarter panel and sent him up, and then got into the other Jason.
As we take a look here, just like you called it, and what a big wreck as he takes a little bit of ride. Might have even have left the map. That's going to send him straight back to the pits. That's Kevin Brownwell, I believe, that took the big lick there. See if we can take another look at that as the number 3 car just comes down a little bit onto the 03. He's going to get involved and tag a couple of more cars on his way down. But that is a huge wreck and unfortunate for those drivers involved.
Yeah, and also for Jason. Sorry, I said it was they come down on him. The wreck come down on him after it. In fact, Jason Parker was another separate wreck he got run into. He got run into by Willie Cuddy in that 64.
So as he gets sent flying, that's going to put him back into the pits. That's unfortunate for him. A big wreck there, though. It probably could have been a little bit bigger. So fortunately, some of those drivers were able to stay clean and make it through. I think there was a third driver involved in that, but he's going to walk away with minimum damage as he just got his passenger side hit by that number 3 car. So that's
yeah. Like we said though, everyone's now we got past the halfway mark. Everyone's going to try and get their elbows out to try and get up there. We've got Nick Snyder and them lot that just topped up with fuel.
Yeah, it looks like plenty of drivers coming down to pit road during that caution. Jordan Twyman included in that. Chris Parkman, as you said, is included in that. Looks like Brady Shoe's going to be entering the pits there. Don Milkowitz stopping in, getting some fuel. Jalen Parker. So plenty of drivers taking advantage of this caution who might not have taken a pit stop in the last caution there, Louis. So not too much racing between cautions. That's going to allow some of those drivers that decided to stay out to kind of come in. And I don't want to say get a free pit stop, but definitely an ideal pit stop if you're that driver.
Oh yeah, for definitely. I'm just looking at Kevin West, our pole sitter for the Daytona 500. He's now P21. He just had the lucky dog. He's now just in the pit. But we've not really spoke about Kevin. He's had quite a quiet race. He's been going to the back, just keeping out of harm's way. And yeah, he's just got the lucky dog to get onto the end of the lead lap. Let's see if he can make his way up there and show what his pole position Daytona 500 car can actually do.
Yeah, and it looks like he just came out of pit road. He took just a splash of gas, and he's right back out there. We have another car, Charles Giffen here, showing me he went off track. Let's take a look at this. Might not be numbers. Oh, it looks like he just comes down a little bit. Not too sure what happened there in that 99 car. Nothing detrimental to his car or anybody else, but I'm not too sure what happened as he did eat just a little bit of grass there. No harm, no foul, though, coming out of that car for Charles Giffen. Apparently after 100 laps, I can't say anybody's name. Charles Giffen.
You been on that vodka, have you, Faded?
No, I'm not a drinking man myself, to be honest. I kicked the bottle a long time ago, but nonetheless, maybe after 200 laps, I might reconsider.
Oh, I think I will. Well, I'm already on it. But no, it's been a good race. Thanks for having me up here in the broadcast booth and doing it with you. Second time me and you have done this after another league race at New Hampshire.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, everybody else I asked before you said no, so I really didn't have much of a choice. No, I'm just kidding, Louis, man. I know we've talked about it before, but just the racing knowledge you have and what you bring to the table here, it's been a heck of a race here. It's been a heck of a night. We've been live for 2 hours and 36 minutes, and we still have plenty of race action to call.
It's been quite an eventful race, but it's been so fun to commentate. There's been different stuff going on all the way around the track at different points. It has been an amazing race so far.
Yeah, I just wish SDK. I don't know if I call a lot of smaller field races, and it seems like the SDK is a lot better at keeping up with those races as far as cautions or crashes or whatever. But with 43 cars out on the field, it's
Faded.
it's
There's a
struggling
bit of a
little bit.
checkup on the inside right there between, I believe that's Wayne Lowe. Yeah, one of the cars in front of him didn't get going there. They don't have no like radio or engine damage right then. That is quite for the guy in front. You know, that weren't his fault. The car in front didn't get going. Sorry to cut you off then, Fader.
No, I'm certainly glad you did, because I was still in a replay, so I'm glad you said that. Unfortunately, we did miss just a little bit of the green flag there, but like I said, if you ever see anything out there, you make sure to cut me off and get me up to speed. So that was very beneficial to me. I appreciate that, and we'll get caught back up to the live speed here. We're going to bring up the Liberty Racing League Precision Graphics Tower on the left-hand side of your screen. That's going to show you the top 20 drivers.
Yeah, as we see an overtake for first. Tyler in the 83, Rez in the 38. He's gone higher. He's got higher now. I don't know if it will. People around virtual Daytona, living there in virtual Daytona, must be loving this race. It is now 12:30 sim time, and that we still got another just under 100 laps still to go in this 500.
Yeah, and you can see for one of the very rare times today, it looks like up front we're going to start seeing some double file racing. This is what we want to see as race fans. It's been single file up front for a long time. We're going to start seeing some of these drivers try to make that high side work. We'll see if it does or not. As we see, you can gain a little bit of traction and a little bit of time in certain areas of this track, but man, when it goes, Louis.
Oh yeah, for definite. See, these guys on the outside now, what they want to try and get is get to the guys at the bottom's quarter panel. Just try and knock a bit of air off their rear, slow down a bit, and then they can get back in front. But it looks like that high line's tiring out at the moment. Don't look like it's going to go anywhere soon.
Yeah, if it's going anywhere, it's definitely backwards.
Oh yeah.
So that's not what you want to see, but I think, we just talked about it. I'm not going to, we won't touch base too much, but we did talk about it. After it gets over 100 laps, we're going to start seeing some of these drivers try some new lines, see if they can find a different groove. Not everybody wants to say single file, but with this new package on these Cup cars, we're just finding it impossible to do anything but bunch up in single file.
Oh yeah, we had a huge checkup coming out of turn 2 by Timmy Holmes. Not by Timmy Holmes, sorry, someone by Timmy Holmes. Yeah, massive checkup. Looks like someone might have bounced off the wall. I didn't really see it. I caught the last bit of it, but yeah, there's a big checkup coming out of 2. They sort of put them back into single file now. The guys are still on the high side are just going back, and back.
Yeah, as we start drifting back towards the end of the field here, it's been like this all night long where they're single file up front, but once you start getting towards that 15th position on back, these guys start jockeying for position up high. Look at that scene right there as these guys are battling it out here. Just a beautiful scene right there with all these cars coming down that backstretch into turn 3. Brandon Zimmerman bringing it too wide behind him. He's got a racing buddy back there as well, trying to make that high line work. But it just seems...
Yeah, this high line, it's not that. I don't think it's just going to get going anytime soon. With this package, it just feels like you're just in reverse. Well, it looks like it anyway.
The good news is, at one point in time, obviously when we were doing green flag pit stops, it's only natural. That's going to happen as you start seeing the 29 and the 99 bump doors there. 99 is going to take advantage of that. 29 is going to check up, give him the room that he needs to avoid any carnage there. But for a while there, we had about only 21 drivers on green flag there for a minute. Like I said, green flag pit stops are going to do that. but then came a caution shortly after that. So we are currently back up to 34 drivers in this field on the lead lap.
Oh yeah, exactly. And now there is now 2 separate packs in this from Michael Simmons and that. We got Charles Giffen that caused the last caution in that. He is now P26. Sorry, no, P25. But yeah, 2 separate packs now. We're I think these guys in the second pack just need to get back in line and go, right, come on guys, we need to be like a crane, just try and get back up there. If because you know there might not be another yellow flag, there might not be another caution until right at the end if there is one. But we'll have to see how it goes for the second half of the race.
Yeah, and we can't stress it enough. Plenty of time still left. You don't got to make your move now. If you're in a good spot, you're in a good groove, you feel comfortable where you're at, there's absolutely no need to push it.
Yeah, as we see the second pack now, they're all in a train of about 12, 13 cars now from Michael Simmons back. So hopefully now they can get something going that they can get back up to the main field.
As we see Hillbilly stop in the chat, he's had a beer or two as he's having a tough time typing out words from his keyboard, but he's sending all the love from all Andrea Racing League.
I mean, does that surprise you from Hillbilly?
Nah, what a good dude out there in chat. I don't read chat very often, but I know there's a lot of good guys from AARL tuning into this race here. This is Liberty Racing League, brought to you by Precision Graphics for the whole series. Tonight's race here at Daytona, coming to you.
Let's see how long it takes to leave. Probably driving is going to go right. Then a big enough gap at the back that if it does work, then I can stop that. But let's try the highline. Let's see if we can get something going. Someone's going to push at some point. I know you shouldn't, but I reckon someone will in the next 5-6 laps. Someone will go higher.
Alrighty, we'll wait and see if Louis' vision comes to fruition.
Well, we do see someone going higher. I believe that's Willie Cuddy, but he's just gone higher. No one's gone with him, and he's just gone straight back.
As we see the leader, Josh Stiles, coming up on a lapped car. We'll see if that lapped car should stay up high. Yep, you can see him running that wall there. So he's going to let these lead cars stay on what we've seen be the preferred line here at Daytona with this package, and that's down low.
Yes, Roddy, we will be interviewing the top 3 drivers after the race, buddy. Yeah, we will be interviewing them.
I'd love to pull all these guys into an interview booth after this race. These guys have been putting on a show. Again, this has been in the works for quite a while. We're excited to have them here every Monday night for the next month and a half, 2 months, 2.5 months, I mean. We're going to be broadcasting Liberty Racing League. Now, not every race is going to be 100%. We're doing this, or they decided to do this for their inaugural race, kicking it off Daytona 500, all 200 laps. After this race, I believe the majority of their races knock back down to probably somewhere in that 50 to 60% range of racing. But nonetheless, from the show we've seen tonight, Monday night and Tuesday nights are brewing up to be the premier leagues at Faded TV. We appreciate you guys being here. I'm alongside my buddy and co-caster Louis Clark. Still got a long way to go here, trying to save some energy. Louis, I feel like we're going to have a banger towards the end of this race.
Well, especially with how the first half now that the last quarter's like that. Gee, we're in for a real shot. We're in for a real thing.
Looks like Edward Gibson is in for a green flag pit stop. Not too sure if that was something he needed to take care of mechanically, or maybe if he had kind of stayed out there too long, he needs to come in and get some tires or some fuel. Not too sure, but you hate to see it because he's the only driver right now in the position to where he did have to come down pit road.
See, that's what I mean. You need a teammate in this. Before you even come into the race, you just need a teammate that you're going to be on the same track, so you're not alone. Because if you're alone, you're just going to drop. You're just going to, you might as well just be in the first, like. Yeah, it is sad to see.
There will be all of these drivers, almost all of these drivers returning for the season. This is a very, very big field for the entirety. I'm sure everybody showed up and showed out for the Daytona 500. However, the talks behind the scenes has been the expectation for this league to be just about this size for every race here at Liberty Racing League for their inaugural Cup Series presented by Precision Graphics.
We've had 7 retirements so far from this race. We're 119. Yeah, we've only had 7 retirements on this race. One of them being Reed Christensen that had that was winning the heat race. That sadly crashed in the on the back straight in the last on the last lap. We've got a couple of guys roughly around at 8. That's a lap down so far. Our pole sitter though, Kevin West, is still going well, P12.
Yeah, it looks like, sorry to cut you off, but you had somebody going into... Josh Stiles was going down into pit road here, so he's under green flag pit stop as well. So that was
as well.
Yeah, that was race leader Josh Stiles going into pit lane. That's going to open the door for Dalton Tucker, who's been up front here before. He's no stranger to leading laps here. Justin Ray, as you just said, maybe the first time we've called his name tonight in that 88 Chevrolet, followed by Chris Woodward. Jalen Parker, we've called him quite a bit. He's sitting in P4. Wesley Hogg back up to 5th. So as we might start seeing some more green flag pit stops here.
The bad thing for Joshua Stiles is, yes, he's pitted, but he's come out on his own. He had no one to work with until the that he was just part of gets back up to him, which won't be long. They're only about half a straightaway behind, and he's with no one. So that's not gone well for Josh right then.
Now is the time, if you're running your phone or your TV just a little bit quiet to avoid listening to my loud voice. We're going to ask you to turn the volume all the way up here at Daytona 500 as we go to TV static here for a lap or two.
So the second pack has split up now. There's now the second pack consists of 3 cars with 7 cars behind them in the third pack. So it's pretty clean out the back as well at the moment. And we've had some more. We've had Tyler Klimas and Charles Gibbons coming out of pit lane this time now. Charles in the 99 doesn't spin, coming out the exit.
As we see another lapped car, these drivers on the lead lap, just going to keep it down low, heads up by that 25 car to check it up high. Earlier in the race, Louis, we started seeing some lapped cars really not knowing where to go onto the track. They were staying down low. That's where the race leaders wanted to stay. So I don't know if somebody came in through race control, started telling some of these lapped cars to start checking up high because we want to stay down low. But nonetheless, the adjustments have been made, and we start seeing some clean overtakes here as far as lapped cars and lead cars go.
Oh yeah, that is a real change for if he had someone that he could work with, because now he is a lap down. As you said, he was leading at the time. It's not gone well for him. He must be hoping now that a caution comes out. He needs his lap back. I doubt when these guys pit, he won't get his lap back by then.
Well, let's hop on board with Justin Ray as he is in second place. We're going to see what he sees. This is his view from inside the cockpit of his 88 Chevrolet as he tries to stay on the bumper of race leader Dalton Tucker.
A wreck just before turn one. That is Casey Feaster. What happened here? I'm surprised that the yellow flag. Oh, he just got turned by Willie Cuddy. Willie caught his quarter panel, and then Casey got into the wall and just went straight down.
Yeah, and we catch up with the aftermath of that. That 29 car with barely any nose left on there. He took a hard lick. Louis, you can see the smoke coming out of his car. That's obviously going to be the meatball flag for him. And we'll see, that could be a lot of required repairs coming out of that 29 car.
He's driving slow. I'm surprised that weren't a caution to be slow on that inside. That could be the problem, but I'm hoping he has to. Remember, you only get 2 for this, and I'm pretty sure he had a crash earlier on as well. So, I'm not too sure. I think this might be the end of Casey's day.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. That's so unfortunate if that is the case, but we could be completely wrong. He might still have a fast repair. As you can see, he's trying everything he can to limp it back down to pit row and avoid the tow, which is an extra 2 minutes of time here at iRacing. So he's going to do his best, stay behind that yellow line, try to limp it back to the pits. And if he's got a quick repair, he'll be right back out there on the track, only a few laps down. Catching up with the race leader in that 24 Chevrolet, that's Dalton Tucker. You can see that beautiful white and gold paint scheme of Justin Ray, up 19 spots from the start. He finds himself in second place. Chris Woodward driving the number 10 Ford, sitting in third. And of course, Louis' favorite by default, driving that 23 Toyota, Jalen Parker finds himself up here as he led quite a bit early on here, Louis.
Jalen's looking in good shape in that only Toyota. He's got a bit of damage on the back side, but I see that Toyota only going one way, and that's to the front.
So you see the majority of the race leaders right there going into turn 3 after coming off the backstretch. They're going to take us to lap 29, but if you look at the track map, we have a second pack of cars that are just now making their way down the backstretch. Looks like we're going to start seeing some green flag pit stops. That's your race leader, Dalton Tucker. Second place, that 88 car, and the third place driver, I believe, as well. And you just see how they slingshot off turn 4, Louis, trying to make their way down into pit road.
Well, I believe it was Justin Ray. Someone locked up the tyres getting onto pit road. That was quite close. They nearly ended up going straight on into the infield. Yeah, that was quite close, but that'll be good. Let's see what they can do with this. Let's see. There'll be more takers next lap to pit as well.
Well, regardless, we have Jalen Parker back into the lead. As you do see, a couple of more cars on the lead lap, race down pit road there. Jalen Parker's going to take sole position of the race. Jordan Swideman making his way back up into second. And Don Milkowicz making his way back up into third. He's also a past race leader here at the Daytona 500, as I just was wondering how long it was going to take, Louis, for me to start producing some awesome voice cracks during this race. It looks like lap 130. Lap 130. I'm going to step away and grab a bottle of water. Louis, I'm going to let you take control of this race for a couple of minutes. I appreciate you, brother.
That's no problem, man. So we see we've still got about 10 cars still in the lead pack at the moment. Got a couple pitting here. We've just got one on his own that's pitting. That's not good for him because if he comes out on his own, that's not going to help him. Let's see how the rest of them are doing. They're all spread out. There's still, you got Elliott Vining, about seven cars in that pack right there. But yeah, everyone's single file at the moment. You got Joshua Stiles just hanging up high. Remember, he is a lap down. Everyone's just running their line. Expect though to see within the next 3 laps, all these cars go to pit road. So we have 8 cars now in this little league group. So we have 8 cars in this little league group. We have Brandon Shue, who was the first one coming into pit road. He was 17 seconds behind. And yeah, Jalen Parker's still got a pit in his Toyota. We've still got Kevin West that started pole in this race that's still got a pit.
Alrighty, thank you, Louis, for taking over for me. I had to get a quick drink of water here before I started sounding like a boy in puberty with these voice cracks. So it's time for me to start catching up here. As it looks like Jalen Parker falls to second, Jordan Twynham up in first, as I'm sure you've already called. And it looks like this time around, I don't know if you've talked about it, but those drivers, it looks like Chris Parkman in 8th place, really holding on to the tail end of that first pack. 9th place, Willie Cuddy finds himself 21 seconds off the pace here with Jordan Twynham leading this first group of drivers.
Yeah, exactly. And Willie still hasn't pitted yet. I don't believe. No, he hasn't pitted yet. So, you know, I'm pretty sure he was running up front at the start of this race. So it's gone a bit downhill for him. Pardon.
Looks like Willie is coming into pit as we speak. So good call on that. He's going to drop a few spots, I think. Or at least that's what it showed on my iRacing Live timing. But it looks like Wesley Hogue actually.
He's still free.
Yeah, it looks like he's still ninth.
Still at 10, 3, and 4.
Yep. So I don't know what that was all about.
He's coming in now.
Yep, there we go. See, hey, it was letting me know it's about to come up here. That was pretty weird. But
yeah, it's some futuristic stuff.
It looks like Kevin West is also going to come down pit road. So that's going to allow Wesley Hogue, who's 40 seconds back behind the leader, but still in 10th place, be available to take over P9 at least, maybe P8.
Here we go. Now we got about 5, 6 cars, 7. Oh! Bit of a crash coming onto pit road.
54 spinning it. 54 gets all the way sideways there. Louis, sorry to cut you off.
Go for it, man.
But that was definitely some action. Now, I was kind of sarcastically talking about how these guys slingshot off of turn 4 into pit road. And that's fine when there's only 1, 2 drivers maybe coming in. But once you start packing pit road here,
that's when it gets dodgy.
You got that right. When there's 4 or 5 drivers coming into pit road, I mean, you guys got to understand, these drivers are slingshotting off turn 4 so fast, man. They got their own brake zones that they have to hit. You're going to start, that's second or third time we've seen a little bit of a tangle there on pit road.
Yeah, exactly. But we said this at the start of the race. When you come into pit, especially the car that's at the front, he needs to be mirror driving. Because, you know, these cars literally brakes sort of thing. You know, once trying to get down from 195 miles an hour down to 60 in that sort of amount of time, yeah, it's just carnage.
Yeah, certainly no ABS on these cars. It could be easy to lock them up when you least expect it. It does happen at all levels, even the IRL pro drivers lock up their brakes every once in a while. Wesley.
Faded. So as I said, Casey Fester in the 29. After that crash, sadly, that car has gone now behind the wall, and he has had to retire the car from that. So he used both of his fast repairs.
So as we see, Wesley Hogue, and you brought up a good point, if these guys do get a point for leading a lap, even if it's just in this race, Wesley Hogue is hoping to take advantage of that as he finds himself now in the lead with these green flag pit stops. Coming into turn 3 there, 14 though, having to check down low. That got a little dicey there as we go 3 wide out of turn 4.
That was close. Very close.
Too close for comfort, but that is going to be that 38 Chevrolet of Wesley Hogue leading, I think, his first lap here at 137 in the Daytona 500.
See, and when we brought Wes in for his interview, he wasn't too happy with how his race is going, but being up front now, he's got to be happy now.
Yeah, I'm sure there's starting to be at least a grin on his face as you said in the race interview, he was getting a little bit frustrated of his track position, maybe a little frustrated in the package that they're running here, but he finds himself the race leader, at least momentarily. That's going to give him a little bit of a confidence booster. He can kind of tell himself, hey, I can run up front when the time comes, but we'll see how long that is. Obviously, some of these drivers like Wesley Hogue, Brandon Otto are going to have to come down to pit road eventually here under green, and we're going to start seeing some new faces shuffle back up to the front of this field.
Well, saying of that, these guys at the front only pitted about 8 laps ago, Faded. These 4 up front, Wes, Brandon, and Tucker and Taylor. So these guys have just pitted, and now they have a 6.2 lead on Kevin West, who's in the next pack. But he is going an awful lot faster. They've only got 5 people in their pack versus Kevin and his 8 people in his pack, soon to be 9. So expect Kevin and them guys to quickly catch these guys back up.
You know, it's going to be brewing here towards the end of this race, Louis. I can honestly say I don't think any one driver has the advantage out here. As we've seen the green flag shuffles coming out, whoever's leading the race has been staying out front. There doesn't really seem like there's a slow car out onto the track on lead lap right now, so I think it's going to cause a really exciting finish to this race, as I believe this is going to be anybody's race to take when we get at about 1 lap, 190, 195.
I do see this race going to a green-white checkered here. I don't know about you, Faded, but this race has been an amazing race so far. I do see there being a massive big one quite soon though. Well, green-white checkered anyway.
Well, I could definitely see that, Louis. As we've said throughout the broadcast here, it's okay to be in the racing line and be comfortable when there's plenty of laps left. But as this race starts shrinking down, we're going to start seeing a lot more aggressive moves coming out of these drivers. As you see Brandon Otto here probably touching the bumper of Wesley there almost onto that backstretch. We're definitely going to start seeing some more aggressive driving out of these drivers. There's going to come a time in this race where patience goes out the window and you got to start making a move.
Exactly, and expect that to be around lap 160, 170. Especially if we don't get another green-white checkered, it may be a bit later, but I do see there be, another green-white checkered, another caution by then. There's only 4 cars in this pack, so I expect that to be a bit later if there's only 4 cars still.
As we take a look at these top 5 drivers, keeping it together here with a huge advantage between Kevin West and Jordan Twineman.
As we see, the top 4 drivers are now starting to make a bit of a gap to Kevin and that, and his pack. Their last lap, Kevin done a 45.9. Taylor in front of him done a 49.4, now a 49.7. So Kevin is slowly coming back off, but he's just done another 45.7. He's matched the pack in front of him. Hopefully he can catch him and make this make this race more interesting.
You see right there in that shot just how big these spoilers are on this package. Some tall spoilers there. Looked about 8 feet long coming up out of the back of that trunk lid there.
Exactly, and with them spoilers, there's a little gap in the spoiler that you can see in front, but it don't show you that much. So if there's a car checking up in front of that car, you will not be able to see that.
So definitely another factor to play in here for these Cup drivers for Liberty Racing League, presented by Precision Graphics for the whole series. Have you ever seen a Daytona 500 where it was so one-sided as far as the racing line goes, Louis? I know, growing up and in previous packages, you could really run any line you wanted to. At Daytona, it seemed like at least a little bit a part of the race and be successful. But here, what we've seen tonight with this package, this has been strictly yellow line racing.
Oh yeah, exactly, and especially coming from the last package where, we could easily do Talladega, say, and that outside was actually the better line. If someone was in the inside, you could actually play their slipstream and use that outside to your prime. But this package there, you just you get on the outside, and as I said, it just feels like you're going in reverse. It does not really work unless you have a teammate behind you that will push you.
Reed Christensen taking a green flag pit stop. Edward Gibson has entered the pit lanes at the 2 hour and 14-minute mark.
Oh, they've got Reed Christensen's car fixed after his accident.
Yep, he still finds himself 78 laps down, though, as you see some of these drivers who are involved in some nasty incidences at the beginning of the race. You start seeing these guys 60, 70, 80 laps down, so an unfortunate showing for them tonight, but they're still out, hanging in there, getting the race done. So shout out to those guys that are that many laps down, hanging it in there. I know there's probably some guys out there that would have just pulled into the pits and put their car on their virtual trailer and called it a night, but not here at Liberty Racing League, as you do see a lot of the drivers, no matter how many laps are down, are still out taking laps.
So far, we've been in this race for 2 hours, 12 minutes, and it's still as fun and as good as the first lap.
I agree with that. As you see Wesley Hogue coming up on some lap cars here. He's getting a push from Brandon Otto, followed by the 24 Chevrolet of Dalton Tucker. We've called Taylor Laskowski's names a few times tonight. He finds himself in P4. And Kevin West running in that 5th place position.
Luckily that car goes high and lets him go through. But slowly Kevin and his guys in that pack are slowly catching him up, only by like a tenth, just under a tenth a lap, but slowly but surely I hope them guys do catch these guys up and make it a exciting finish.
As you see these guys battling it up front, it looked like Wesley might have got a little bit, just a tiny bit loose. I don't know if he got tagged by Brandon or not, but he was able to recuperate very fast as he got back into the racing line down low, maintains P1 here. Definitely, though, going to start brewing up here at any moment. I feel like these drivers are going to start peeling off from this content mindset and start making some aggressive moves. We'll see who runs out of racing skill first, as right now, Wesley Hogue going to find himself leading more than a few laps here.
So expect, I've just been doing some calculations, expect if we still go green flag, expect Wesley Wes Hogue and them lot at the front to pit within the next 10-ish, maybe just under laps, and then yeah, they should be pitting then, and then after that they should have one more pit stop till the finish line.
What a race it's been as we come up on lap 150. 3/4 of the race done. 50 more laps to go for these drivers. We're going to start seeing who has what it takes to be in this race for the long haul.
I tell you what, you need to go and have a look at Kevin West in that number 17 car. He is right up on Alex Vasilo's 00. He was right up on him trying to catch this front pack. They literally took about half a second out of the front pack in about 2 laps.
Yeah, as we do hop on board here with the 5th place driver, currently Kevin West in that red Ritz and Oreo Chevrolet, trying to make his way past that 00 car. Can't seem to get it done. So we'll see if they can start making their way, like Louis said, up to Taylor Laskoski, who's in 4th place. But it wouldn't seem like it on the track here. As you see that 00 car having a hard time there, just a little bit into the turns, keeping her straight. But nonetheless, able to hold on to it and maintain his position on the track there.
Well, yeah, exactly. And again, Alex in the 00 pitted on lap 134. We are now on lap 50, so he again should be back in about about just under 10 laps. So all these guys now are basically on the same strategy, fuel-wise, anyway, as most of them pitted on that last caution lap. As the leaders are catching a lap car in Kevin Brownwell.
As you see in the relative on the bottom right, you have Kevin West in 5th place, but he has 2 drivers in front of him. Charles Giffen and Alex Vasilio, who are not for position. You also have Kevin Brownwell in between the 2 pack here. So you have Kevin West in 5th trying to catch Taylor. He's got 3 cars in front of him that he needs to try to work his way around to try to catch up to this field. Looks like Kevin West has the speed, but as we've talked about all night long, it's so hard to get up beside these cars and actually make a pass. So this has got to be getting a little bit frustrated for Kevin West.
Oh yeah, exactly. He is literally doing everything to try and push the 00 up to the guys in front. But with him being that close, it's gonna, he can't. Got to watch them oil temps that it don't go over. Once it goes over, I think it's about 280, then it starts getting hot. 285 is the maximum I believe you could probably get to, maybe even 290. But you don't want to run your car to that and risk the engine just giving in.
Yeah, it looks like he might have taken your advice and lifted off just a little bit, as he might have dropped his eyes down to his temperature gauges there.
It's for Kevin, it must be really annoying though, because all he needs now is for that 18 to more or less be right on him, and then he can push, and then that'll give him some more speed. We spoke about this air bubble with that car behind you. Not pushing you, but being right on you as well, that can help you charm this speed. Like we're seeing now with Kevin West, he's not far off him.
As you take a look at just how hard Kevin West is pushing that back bumper of Alex Vazithio in that 19th position in that 00 car.
right on him through the turns.
She checks up high. He's trying to get a run there. He just can't. As in the past, you can be able to get that draft. You might be able to get a run coming on, especially if, the driver behind him, Jordan Twynham, checks up high with him. You can usually get that pass done, but as we've said, you just cannot make those kind of moves happen anymore. And it's definitely got to be a frustrating position for Kevin West to be into.
Oh yeah, exactly. He like we said, if you're going high, you need a buddy to go with you. Otherwise, you're just going to be going to the back. But he just needs Jordan just to be not on his bumper, but within like a couple of inches of it to propel them to the front. They're slowly, the gap hovering between them and the top four at around 6 seconds, give or take a tenth or two.
We're going to bounce back up to the race leader, Wesley Hogue. He's still battling it out with Brandon Otto, Dalton Tucker. Sorry to cut you off there, Louie, but
no problem.
Wanted to catch these guys up to speed as these guys are coming around turn 1, making their way onto the front stretch. We are 157 laps in.
So who would your driver of the day go to at the moment, David?
Well, that's a tough call, but if I had to be honest with you, I think I'm going to go with Dalton Tucker. Every time I look at my iRacing live timing up top on my second monitor, his name seems to be either at the very top or at least 4 or 5 names down as we see him running in third place. So if I had to pick a driver, it necessarily isn't an easy choice, but I think I'm going to go with Dalton Tucker.
So you go for the 24th.
And that's just because of consistency.
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. I would go with Taylor in the 83. He has shown, ooh, as they come into the pit. Gee, that was close. As soon as I was saying that, it nearly got rear-ended.
Yeah, and Wesley Hogue locking up brakes, almost getting into the back of the 14. Actually scrapes the side of that 24 car. I don't think any real damage involved in that incident, though.
No, but yeah, as I was saying, I put Taylor as my driver at the day at the moment. He come in here into the interview and said, no, he's going to get to the front, and man, has he delivered that. He's got to the front. he is going for it.
As we stay with these drivers off pit road, looks like Wesley Hogue's going to lose the race off of pit road as far as that pack goes. Kevin West is going to be your new race leader.
This lap car coming out the pits ain't helping him though. At least they come out in a group though, that's the main thing. Now Kevin West now needs to put his foot down and try and make as big of a gap as possible, because I don't think them guys then got the best pit stop that they could have.
Well, you got to think Kevin West has been riding some dirty air now for quite some time.
He, as I said, we expected him to come in at about lap 160. You know, they're about 26 laps a stint. I said about 30. So yeah, expect him in the next couple of laps.
Kevin West going to lead a lap here at Daytona. He'll collect that point. He might take that and then decide to come in this next go around. He's obviously not going to make it past that 00 car of Alex Vasilio, who's scrapping, trying to stay on the lead lap.
It's been an up and down race for Kevin at the, especially the early stages. He was at the back a lap down. He got a lucky dog, and now he's bringing it back up to the front. If there's another yellow, I reckon Kevin has a chance of actually going on to win this. It wouldn't surprise me. I think he's got a really strong Chevy underneath that.
Here we go. Here comes some
comes
green
pit
flag
lane.
pit stops. Look at the car driving on the inside, trying to avoid any wreck as he's coming in hot. That looks like, he
that
might
was-
have, hey,
oh.
we'll have to check that. That might be a black flag as he was coming in hot trying to avoid those cars. We'll have to see if he got it under pit lane
That was-
speed.
That was Jalen Parker in the Toyota then.
As you see, too, he's missing his pit box. So not a good showing for Jalen Parker as he's racing his tail off, trying to get into pit lane. So a tough one for him. I could be absolutely wrong here, Louis, but that looked like it was pretty close to a speeding penalty as he entered pit road.
Well, I was looking at his pit speed as soon as he crosses that white line, and it is exactly 60 miles per hour. He got
Woo!
that entry perfect.
60 miles an hour, right where he wanted it to be. He's obviously been practicing pit entries all day long.
If that does get if that is a penalty, then I'll be surprised, because that was an amazing pit entry.
Yeah, good job by Jalen. We do have another new race leader, I believe, for the first time tonight. This is going to be Wayne Lowe in that black 34 Chevrolet up front. He's now gained 16 positions along with his co-pilot there. Is looking to break on the inside. Not too sure what happened with Wayne. He's going to go up high. He's going to lose a lot of spots. Chris Parkman is going to take... No, he's not. He's going to come down pit road. Okay there. So Wayne might hold on to that a little bit longer.
So we expect these. Oh, as we have I hear a little consciousness somewhere on the back straight. But we're working this out. They're gonna have to pit around lap 185. For especially the lead for, well, not lead for at the moment, but who was in the lead, although Taylor, Tucker and Wes, they're gonna have to pit now around lap 185 and put about 15 laps of fuel in, plus whatever they take extra for the pre-mark session.
So you're saying if this goes green, at least, up until the 190s, most of these drivers, if not all, are going to have to come down pit lane road under green at least one more time.
Yeah, the latest you can pit is 174 to make it to the end, and that's without a green-white checker. So everyone that's just pitted now is going to have to pit a roughly, that I work out, around 185, maybe a lap or two before or after.
Alrighty, good information coming out of the co-pilot Louis Clark, keeping us up to date on what may happen and what's going to happen if this stays green. As we see the race leader, Wayne Lowe, looks like he's going to be coming down to pit row. He coming down way on the infield there, locking those brakes up. I think that's going to open the door up for Brandon Otto as he makes his way back around to take over that lead. And he's bringing Dalton Tucker and Wesley Hogue up to the front with him.
They had someone else in that group as well. They've lost one car. They're more of a 4-car group.
Yeah, they had Kevin West with them. No, he was stuck in that second.
Kevin.
Was it Jalen? It was Jalen Parker.
No, he was with Kevin. Well, he was with Kevin in that second group.
Are you sure? I thought Jalen was the guy that came flying down pit road.
Yeah, he was, but that was when Kevin pitted. Brandon, Dalton and Wes pitted just before Kevin. Jalen, literally a lap or two before, but I swear they had 4 people in that group, but it weren't the Toyota of Jalen Parker.
Jordan Twynham.
I think he's behind. I can't remember. It might just be me. It is getting to 5 to 3 in the morning.
Yeah, that's all right there. Regardless, we got Brandon Otto, Dalton Tucker, Wesley Hogue turning that scoreboard around as we're just now getting through another cycle of green flag pit stops. And Wesley Hogue, I told you, when they came out of there, he lost the race off pit road. This is what we refer to when we're talking about that. He went into pit road first, and he comes out third. And he's got 2 fast drivers in front of him, so this is not going to be an easy task.
Well, we know Dalton Tucker, he is a 5K iRacing driver, so we know he's no slouch. Wentz himself is a 3.1K. I don't know about Brandon.
Brandon
But-
Otto comes in with a 3.8K I rating.
Exactly, so they all know what they're doing. I'm just looking at Kevin West, so when he pitted, the gap between him and Brandon and the top three were 5.9. 5.9. Now it's dropped to 7.2. He lost a second there. That's a shame for Kevin because he was pushing so hard and slowly gaining that time on them, but slowly now has lost it, and the lap cars around him are not really helping him.
Yeah, and you got this 3-pack of Brandon leading it with Dalton and Wesley. We got a caution. Nicholas Snyder. Oh, dear. Well, that's going to be a sigh of relief, Louis, for the drivers who are thinking about starting to make their way under green flag to come into the pit stop. That's going to make their decision a little bit easier on when. And luckily for Brandon, Dalton, and Wesley, who did make green flag pit stops, worked their way up to the front before this caution. We're going to check this replay with Nicholas Snyder. This is a one-car accident there, as you see TV2 or TV1 not giving us the view we want. Let's take another look at this. That's the number 5 Hendrick Motorsports coming off there. Just a little bit loose. It looks like just a one-car incident there. He's going to spin around, but because he's dead on the track, that's going to call out the caution. So no damage done to that number 5 car, Nicholas Snyder. Nobody else involved as well. So that's good news for him and the rest of the field. We're going to bunch these guys back up. Probably see quite a bit of cars here under caution. Come down and take advantage into the pit lane here.
Well, they might do, but as I said, 174 is the magic number to make it on full fuel to the end of the race. So I don't really see. I'll be surprised if they come in top it up. I personally, I would tell my driver stay out there. You know, you're gonna have to pit again anyway. You can't make it.
Yeah, stay out there, hold your position the best you can until that 172, 173 come down to pit road. But here we come. Here's the top drivers coming in. This is Brandon Otto, Dalton Tucker, and Wesley Hoke, who we just seen, Louis, get through their green flag pit stop.
Well, that really does surprise me, Brandon. I did not expect. I didn't expect him to really pit. If it was me, I wouldn't have pitted because they're still going to have to make a green flag pit stop at some point soon. But then, yes, I can see it because now it's less of a splash in the dirt. But if I would have gambled it, especially if I was at the back of the pack, like 30, 40, right, I would have just tried it.
Fair enough, as we do see just about everybody, the majority of the field, coming down into pit road under this caution. This has been a pretty clean race. We've seen a lot of green flag racing here in Daytona. Hats off to all the drivers involved. Keeping us green flag racing here on Faded TV. This is Liberty Racing League kicking off their inaugural race here for their Cup Series presented by Precision Graphics. And we can't forget about the Daytona 500 sponsor, Corbin Ammo, as you see the info on your screen. Shout out to them for sponsoring this race. Go to Facebook.com, go up into your search bar, type in Liberty Racing League if you're interested in getting connected with these drivers. They have a really big Discord, as you can see tonight. They have a full 43 driver field showing up for the big one here at Daytona. They have truck leagues that run on different nights as well. So definitely something to check out if you come across this VOD or if you're watching this live and you're new and you're not too sure about these guys and how to get a hold of them. They're a very active Facebook group, very active Discord as well. So give these guys a shout out. This is something you want to get involved in.
So now, how many cautions are we going to have now? Because now's the time to go. We got less than 30 laps now. Everyone's going to be out there. Them for themselves now. It doesn't matter. Your teammates are not teammates no more.
That is true. Everybody is going to be fighting for themselves, their own track position, as Wayne Lowe is going to take over this race lead. Only under our 8th caution. We're going to have 29 laps to go. Louis, we've almost made it, my friend.
Oh, yeah. And it feels literally like an age ago since we started this race. And, you know, the first 50 laps were caution, but now the last 120 laps, we've only had, about 2-3 cautions in that time. We've been a pretty clean race since then. But now this is where it's going to get interesting. This is where that yellow flag's going to be out more than that green flag.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, I want to point out, not that I'm taking away anything from the drivers up front. I'm not. But you got Dalton Tucker sitting 7th, Jalen Parker sitting 8th. Those guys led some laps here. They got some fast cars. They're going to be trying to scrap now. When we go back to green flag racing, it'll probably be 172, lap 173. These guys are going to be trying to scrap their way up front. Actually, we're going to go green flag on 172 as the pace car is going to be off. We're going to be green flag racing with Wayne Lowe and Brandon Otto starting up front. But those guys are going to be scrapping up front. They know they have fast cars. They know they just need a chance to get back up there.
And as we see, they're mostly 2x2. Everyone's trying to... What happens with this outside now? This outside now can actually make something work. It'll be interesting to see because we've not seen it all night.
Timmy Holmes in that 67 Chevrolet, Louis, started in 2nd place for us tonight, but we haven't called him that much. He's finding himself back up to the front in P3. Has he been saving his car all night?
Well, like you said, we were talking about him earlier, and then he went a bit quiet during the middle of the race. But yeah, he's coming back up here. He looks feisty. He looks like he's got a good car. As we see now, mostly everyone's back again down on that bottom line, that bottom yellow line. Everyone's just trying to run that bottom. It's becoming a massive train. Who's going to be the first one to make a move now? Someone's going to make a move soon. We haven't got that much left. We've only got 30 laps left. Remember, there's going to be one more pit stop too.
As these guys are going to be on their way of making a dash for the cash, $100 payout for this Daytona 500. All the money on the line. We're coming up on 25 laps to go the next time around. Your race leader, Wayne Lowe, trying to push off of Wesley Hope, trying to create a buffer there. Timmy Holmes, who started P2, we talked about, found his way back up into the top 5, sitting in P3. Dalton Tucker with a fast car all night in 4th, and Chris Woodward making his way up into the top 5, gaining 11 spots.
It's starting to get interesting.
So here it is, coming out of the front stretch. This is going to put us on that 25 lap to go. And you look at the relative there, Louis, there's less than a second between the 10th place car and our leader, Wayne Lowe.
Expect this to be how it is going to be. It depends how these guys. I reckon that if we have another green flag pit stop, there's going to be a wreck going into pit lane. Everyone's going to try to clip off seconds there. That's where the race can be won or lost. Pit entry.
Well, if I had to put any money on who is the best going into pit lane, it's going to be Jalen Parker, I believe. There's a mystery driver out there. We don't remember who it was, but that guy came flying down pit road.
Done in that 23 Toyota to get that into pit lane. That was literally, I went back, looked at the replay, and on the line it was bang on 60 miles an hour, and I've never seen that. Kudos to the 23 driver there. So these guys pitted on lap 170, so they're going to have to pit for a splash and dash around 195, 196.
As we saw some controversy for any of the SRX fans out there over the weekend with Haley Deegan and Paul Tracy, are we going to see our own bit of conflict here between the racers at Liberty Racing League as we're on 24 laps to go? Wayne Lowe holding on to it though. You know he's got to be white-knuckling it right now, Louis, with every amount of pressure on his shoulders.
Exactly. He was lucky coming. He literally pitted a lap or two before that caution come out. Literally a lap or two. So he's lucky. He's basically got the same fuel, give or take a couple of.
Looks like I have something coming up here I want to take a look at. This was coming off pit road. We had Willie Cuddy coming off pit road. I don't know what's going on here. It looks like he's just going to come down to a complete stop. So that was, I believe, while we were under green.
Oh, we had quite a very eventful night. He was running up the front at the start of this, and then he slowly dropped back. He got into a couple of minor incidents, and then yeah, he's dropped off.
Reed Christensen fell off as well. He took a tow back to the pits. So I'm not too sure what happened with those two drivers, but that's Reed Christensen and Will Cuddy with some unfortunate luck under green here.
Exactly. We've we still got around 30 races in this race at the moment. It's we've only had about 13 retirements at the moment here.
As we catch back up live with the race leaders here, Wayne Lowe still holding strong. Wesley Hogue, league owner, behind him in second place. He wants a strong finish tonight. Timmy Holmes, third place. Dalton Tucker, Chris Woodward, nothing's changed in your top five.
Exactly, and everyone's just going to be running their line now. Some cars, if they, especially at the back of the pack, if they're going half throttle all the way around, they could make it on fuel, but it will be on the line. They would have to save every little bit because literally the tiniest bit of throttle will be, on the car. They don't need to. They can't be full throttle in it, fully on the gas pedal. And we still have 18 cars on the lead lap here, so anything could happen right here. And we've got 13 all in that group. All in that lead group, there's 13 cars.
18 cars on the lead lap, 20 laps to go. As you see, the big field, single file on the lead lap here. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be the first driver to start making some moves, and who's going to follow him into what could be the most exciting finish of a race that we've seen here? And that's
sorry, Freddy, go.
No, those are some pretty stacked finishes, is all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen a Daytona. I personally, I'd done the Daytona 500 in February, the official one, and it had the P11. We had some problems, but this one's a lot closer than that one. I'll just, split out around the track. I was a lap down after a speeding penalty.
19 laps to go. If you're still hanging out in chat, you need to tell a friend. Let them know, hey, you're going to want to tune in over here on Faded TV, as this is going to be one exciting finish. As you see on the left of your screen, in that tower, less than a second in the top 10 drivers. So this is turning out to be, and Louis, you still believe, right? We're still doing at least one more pit stop, whether that's under green or caution.
I believe it's still going to make a splash and dash. Maybe the cars at the back of this field check that can literally be halfway coordinated, but it would be very, very close. And if there was a green white checker, then no, they would have to splash and dash. It's going to be a fuel game here. I am telling you, it's going to be all about fuel. Expect people to be running out if they don't pit.
There we see, Louis, some cars now saying, hey, we got to start making a move. 18 laps to go. Let's start digging in this high line. Let's start forming some grip up there and make this work, because we're going to have to, or else Wayne Lowe is just going to keep riding this inside line on cruise control.
Well, yeah, we see the 67 of Timmy Holmes trying to go up there, and again, look, he's just going back. There's just nowhere to go. You need to, when you pull out, you need someone already on your backside to go. Otherwise, you're not going to go nowhere. As soon as you pull out of that draft, where there's no, yeah, it's just.
Well, I think that Gatorade 48 of Joseph Cossiu now up into third. I think he was originally. Oh, we got a spin coming out. 83 as the car in the top end's gonna save it. What a hell of a save! I don't know who that was.
That was the 67 that got into Timmy. We have a caution. People's gonna be splashing dash. It weren't gonna be the finish that I was hoping.
One of these drivers just had the save of the night. Looks like I'm going to have to rewind it just a little bit here, chat. Want to make sure we're not missing this. This was a beautiful save. So let's see what actually happened here, though, in this pack. There we go. Yeah, that 67 car. Oh, my God, what a save. That's Timmy Holmes. Save of the night.
Yeah, what a save there by the 67 Timmy Holmes. Sadly, as a 38 tried to get outside working, it didn't work. But now, it's caution flag helped all the drivers. They now can come in, just get a splash and dash of fuel, and that'll be it. That'll be a 15 or, well, no, about a 12 lap shootout for the finish.
Woo-hoo-hoo! Hot dog, as we see it from Timmy's perspective himself. You know he puckered on that one. Again, I apologize for using the manual replay. For whatever reason, SDK only wanted to show me exactly when the yellow flag dropped, and that wasn't good enough for me, so I had to take us back to that beautiful save by Timmy Holmes. Now, more importantly, though, this takes care of the last pit stop here, Louis.
Yeah, exactly. Like I just said, there's, you now don't have to pit. You don't have to now. You'll have to pit here, but you won't have to pit green flag for splash and dash. You can get it done here. It'll be a 12 lap shootout to the finish.
Well, at least that's what we're hoping. I'm still on board with you. I think this is going to come down to a green, white, checkered flag for sure.
So this race has just been going on now for 2 hours 48 minutes, and it's all come down to this: 2 hours of racing, nearly 3 hours of racing, and there's still 18 cars on that lead lap.
Yes, sir, and we'll see. I don't know how many, if there was a driver or two that were just a lap down. I know a lot of these drivers in blue are multiple laps down, so they're not going to get any favors this late into the race. But if there was definitely somebody on the tail end, just one lap down, he's obviously going to get that through the lucky dog, which I think, if it already hasn't happened, might be, I think Robert Walton is the next car up for the lucky dog, but I'm not too sure how many laps he's behind. So
he's one, I believe it was actually Jason Frolsky that's got the lucky dog, the number 3 car.
Okay, yep, and now he's coming down pit road here, so he got his lap back, if you will. Now he's going to come down pit road. He's going to do a little bit of splash. If they have tires left, they're absolutely going to put all 4 tires on, as we're going to go back to green flag racing, as Louis said, with about 11, 12 laps for sure. And if we can keep it green, we'll just have to see how many, who's going to make what moves here. I know in that last green flag run, it looked like the cars wanted to get up high, but it didn't take very long for them to either shoot back down and get back into line, or you were just getting your doors blown off.
Exactly. That high line has not been working all day. This package is literally the yellow line package. It just wants to stay to that yellow line. That's the quickest race round this Florida Speedway.
As we see that car racing off pit lane, try to save that lap. He gets out in front of that out in front of that pace car. I don't believe our race leaders pitted this time around, Louis.
That surprises me. Maybe with this caution, it will help them save fuel. They're probably turning the engine off around the back. I'll be surprised if they can make it to the finish. I haven't really done my homework for fuel. I've been going off what they've been using. They've been using roughly around 30 laps of fuel every stint, and they last pitted on 169.70. So they could get it if there's not a green white checker.
Some of these drivers too, in that maybe in that fourth, fifth, and on back, sixth, seventh, even. If they don't see that the two cars up front pitting, they might be afraid to pit just because we've seen here, Louis, all night that you can't pass here. You get single file, pace cars off. We're going to take the green flag, but they might have stayed on too out of fear of, hey, I can't lose any spots here.
Well, yeah, exactly. We've seen as that.
Oh!
Comes down.
Wesley Hogg. That's Wesley Hogg coming down. He was trying to get behind Wayne Lowe. That's going to cause a caution. That's Wesley Hogg involved, and I think the 48 car as well.
Oh, that is such a shame for Wesley. He tried to just fill that gap, but the 48 was already there. It's just that he was already there. That's a shame for Wesley.
It most certainly is. As that's going to open the door now, as you see the pace car always flying off of pit road.
Oh, that is such a shame for Wesley. I believe that's going to be his race more or less done now. He's had a fast car all night. That is such a shame.
He's had a fast car. He's put a lot of time into tonight. I know he was looking forward to showing out here. It's not over yet, obviously, but that definitely throws a wrench. He was up front in second place. He tried to dip down. Like you said, he tried to fill the gap that Dalton Tucker left there on the inside. And looked like he checked up high. He might have thought, hey, maybe I don't have the room. It looked like he checked up high and then said, nope, I got it. I'm going to go back down low, and that took care of that.
Well, yeah, exactly. It'll be now's the time. It'll be interesting to see that outside now properly work with 10 laps to go. We got Dalton Tucker on the outside with Nick Snyder. We know Dalton's quick with his 5K. He's no slouch. It'll be interesting to see what he can do as Dalton. Is he? No, he's not coming into the pit. Sorry, he looked like he's about to come in then.
Yes, it did. He was keeping his eye on Wayne Lowe to see what he was going to do. Wayne Lowe stays out. So does Dalton, Chris Woodward, Nicholas Snyder, all these guys up front. But then you start seeing some drivers behind them. Stoney Benfield, Tyler Clamas, Charles Giffen, Taylor Liskowski, we've called him. These guys are all deciding to come in and pit at least one more time here. For sure.
I think that's just more of a, if it goes to green white checker, these guys are going to be running out of fuel in front of him. As I said, there was going to be a couple more laps of I'm surprised he come up and topped it. But then he is a lap down now, apparently, according to my screen.
Well, we'll wait for the information to cycle through before we make a decision on that. Nonetheless, though, it looks like the leaders, they still have one more opportunity to come in, right? I mean, these guys are still on a pace lap here. I would assume pit lane road is still open. I could be wrong, but we'll see.
I believe pit lane will now be closed as we will be going green next lap. I believe.
Nope, fair enough. Wesley Hogue, after that incident, he definitely went down into the pits. He's now left pit lane. But he's going to find himself back, I believe, in the 20th spot. Yeah, Wesley Hogue's going to go from P2 all the way to 20th with that risky move there. I'm not too sure if maybe that was just an issue with the spotter, if he's got a real spotter in his ear, or if he's running crew chief or whatever have you, or if he just said, hey, I need to make a move now. We talked about it. These aggressive moves are going to happen.
Oh yeah, of course they're gonna happen. He did. If you actually have a look at it, the first initial part of it, he actually got down in front, but then he moved up a bit and then tried to come back down again, and that's where the contact was. Initially, he actually did have it.
So as you can see, the drivers getting back 2 by 2. Pace car is going to wave off. After this trip around the back stretch here, we'll get back to green flag racing.
If you go on board with Wayne Lowe in a 34, you can hear that he's holding the clutch, trying to save as much fuel as possible. As I said, it's going to be right to the fuel for the people that don't pit.
Yeah, and we'll just see, man. It's going to be close, Louis. I know you've been talking about a splash and go strategy here. These guys are conserving as much fuel as they can. They might be looking to see if they can just stretch it out. This might be checkers or wreckers for some of these drivers here, as they're just going to say, hey, whatever I got's what I got, and we'll see where we end up.
With these caution laps, though, it's actually helping them out. So, if we go, I'm hoping we go green all the way now, because I'd love to. It'll be an amazing finish if it is. I don't want any more cautions, because it is helping the guys that are running out of fuel, and we want an exciting finish to this.
Yeah, you don't want it watered down, that's for sure. As Wayne is going to take the green flag. Possibly for the last time here, as you see at the top left, we have made it all the way down to 8 laps to go as he jumps out to a pretty good lead there. That inside line is going to catch back up to him. That's Chris Woodward in that 10 car. Kevin West 3rd, Dalton Tucker 4th. Jalen Parker making his way back up to 5th in that Toyota.
Jalen, our pit entry king, is actually making moves. He's doing well. I'm hoping he can come back and win it.
Here we go, that number 10 car checking up high, making sure that 17 car was going to be ready to make a move when he is. The 17 did give him that nod. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready. As these drivers are going to have to start thinking about going on the outside.
There was a wreck coming out of 4 there and still no caution.
Yeah, it looks like Lucas Sylvester went off track there. If we're staying... What the heck? Hey, Louie, I think your mic is having a meltdown, brother. Get it together, Louie. 7 laps to go. We're going to stay green, which means we're going to stay up front with Wayne Lowe. As Louie jumped into a swimming pool, apparently, he's going to try to call the end of this race with some mic issues. Oh, my dear Lord.
What a race faded this is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm so happy. It's 3:30 in the morning, and yet it still feels like it's about 5 o'clock in the evening.
Yes, this has been an exciting time, man. We saved all the energy for this moment in the race. As you see, everybody's single file. It's tough to pass here at Daytona. Going into turn 3, your race leader is still going to be Wayne Lowe as he's trying to hold on to 5 more laps to go this time around.
Kevin West out there on the outside at the back on his own, hoping that someone will move up. No one wants to go with him though at the moment. It's amazing that the guys that we were looking at to actually be leading the race, that was leading the race, sorry, in the middle of the race, was Dalton, Brandon, and Wes, and they're at the moment P8, P9, and P8.
Yeah, and if this stays green the whole way, they got no shot.
No, exactly, especially with this inside line. You know, Wayne's sitting in the prime position right now as we come up to turn 3 and 4 on lap 196.
Yeah, and no fault to Wayne. He was in the back for a while. I don't think we called his name, Louis, until 50 laps to go. He's been up front ever since. He's been at the right place at the right time. And we'll see if he can finish the deal here, as all the pressure is going to be on him the next time around. It's going to be 3 laps to go in this Liberty Racing League Daytona 500. We'll see if Chris Woodward tries to make a move here. It's going to be so tough. I don't even know what these drivers are going to do. They know they can't go on the outside. Do they risk it for the win, knowing that the moment they step up, they could? I mean, this is a points race here, Louis. Would you rather finish P2 and be comfortable, or do you want to risk getting passed by the whole field checking up high?
These guys are racers. There's only one thing on their mind, and that's that W and that big trophy from the 500.
Three laps to go in this 500-mile race. Oh, we got a caution. Tyler Clemas involved. We're going to have a green-white checker just like you predicted, Louis.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're going to bunch these guys back up. Let's take a look at what caused this caution here as the number 5 gets a little high, hits the wall, comes in on the 31. Nothing too serious there, but definitely going to add a little bit of suspense to the end of this race.
What a cracker this is.
Michael Simmons was involved in that. He was, I believe. Oh, no, this is after that incident here. Oh!
So just to tell you guys, we actually have 3 attempts here at the green-white checker, so hopefully we only use this one. I don't fancy the 3 of them.
3 attempts at a green-white checkered flag, and I would guess, Louis, we're at least going to use 2 out of those 3 attempts.
I reckon we'll use all 3. Baby.
Oh, man, you guys don't want to miss this. We're going to be under iPacing for another lap or 2. If you need to use the restroom, you need to go grab another beer, now's the time to do it as we get ready to try temp number 1 at a green-white checkered flag here at Daytona 500. I'm Faded TV. The guy in the booth is Louis Clark. This is Liberty Racing League. You wouldn't want it to end any other way.
So who's your driver going to be, Faded? Come on, green white checker, who are you going for to win this? Okay, as Faded's gone to the toilet break, we'll get ready to go. We actually have Wayne Lowe pitting. What a shame. I thought he might be able to save it on fuel. So that brings Christopher Woodard back to P1. That is such a shame for Wayne Lowe that he's had to pit for a splash and dash. That is not what he wanted.
He tried to conserve as much as he could. He did not want that caution to come out. So we see, Louis, the first gamble of the night not paying off.
Exactly. Like I said to you on lap 170, you know, this green white checker, for people that did pit, that's going to hurt you a ton. So let's actually have a look at when people pitted.
Now you take a look at that.
So So Christopher Woodard pitted on 186, so he should be fine.
Louis Clark, the MVP of the broadcast, bringing you all this information that we need. Chris Woodward, though, is going to find himself in that Ford Mustang up into the front for maybe the very first time tonight. Jalen Parker, though, Louis, another fast guy in that Toyota, is going to be sitting on that outside in P2. We'll see if him and Don Milkowicz and Chris Parkman and Brandon Otto can get a run on that outside.
Well, we know our pit entry king is amazing at making, entering the pits at Daytona. Can he top it off with crossing the line and getting that big trophy?
It's so unfortunate, though. I'm not trying to take anything away from anybody tonight. It's just so unfortunate. I feel like with this package, race fans and race drivers are going to be getting a little bit robbed here in races like this at the super speedways. There's nothing, nothing you can do about it. Everybody knows they're getting robbed. It doesn't take anything away. If Chris Woodward starts P1 on the inside here and he finishes P1 on the inside here, that's no fault of his own.
No, that's not. But, we spoke about it before we even came into the race that, it is going to be a train ride. It's going to be about the yellow line. We knew that outside weren't going to work, and it has shown that. This is how it is, and hopefully the Gen 7 cars on super speedways are a lot better. I haven't personally tried it on a super speedway yet. I haven't even bought the car yet. So you can try it out.
Here we go on the back stretch for the final time under this caution. As we just said, Louis brought us the info. We have 3 attempts here at a green-white checkered. We'll see how the first one plays off. This could be our very last caution of the night. But I doubt it.
Who are you going for to win it, David?
Oh, I don't ever root for anybody. I got to call it straight down the middle, unbiased as possible. But I will say this. I might not be rooting for any particular driver, but the one thing I'll say, the one thing that I'm rooting for is that those guys in 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 8th do make a run on the outside.
Oh, I'd love to see that. I'm hoping, with all the racing we've had, I'm hoping that outside they can get it working perfectly. But Christopher needs to get the jump right perfectly.
Pace car's off. Green flag has dropped. Jalen Parker with the early lead on that outside advantage. Can he stay with it? Is he going to get the push from Don Milkowicz, who sits behind him at 4th? As you see these guys with no other option but to run this outside line. All the strategy goes out the window. There's nothing but flat out racing to the green. 2 laps to go. But you see, we got a big wreck. That's Wesley Hogue on the backstretch. That's going to bring out a caution on attempt number 1 of a green-white checkered flag here at the Daytona 500.
That is such a shame for Wesley.
Elliott Vining involved. Wesley Hogue has been involved. Charles Griffin went off track.
And let's just point this out, that Jalen Parker, at the time of the yellow flag, I believe he actually got past. No, he didn't get past. I thought he got past Christopher Woodard just before that caution come out.
Oh, let's find you guys a better view than that. Let's switch to TV1 here. Let's see if that gives us a better view. This is Wesley Hogue on that inside line there. Nope, that's not going to cut it for me. Let's get into the chase cam and bring this back one more time. As that 38 car just gets a little bit of a push on that 88. They were almost 3 wide there for a second. That's going to take out Wesley Hogue as he gets the shove from that 88 car. And that is going to cause mayhem at the end of the line. That is just an unlucky finish for Wesley Hogue. He had a very promising looking race with about 150 to 170 laps to go before he found himself into some serious trouble. He gets back on track, trying to make his way back through the field, and he gets taken out unintentionally, of course. But nonetheless, he got that right corner panel smashed into, took him up into somebody else. They both hit the wall, and we had carnage.
It's a shame for Wesley, really. He's had such a strong race in that 38 car. Such a strong race. But, again, that's Daytona for you. It's going to happen.
Now, I think it's only fair that all the cars that are starting on the outside get to come in for at least 2 set of tires. and the inside guys have to stay out. But everybody gets their position.
It would be good to see, wouldn't it? But, you know, let's see. We got the 48 and the 23 on the outside. Let's see if that 23 can push that 48.
What a tough call. What a tough prediction here, Louis. You can't predict this. We have no idea. We're going to have our second attempt here at a green-white checkered flag. Oh, my God. This has been a hell of a race. Thank you to the drivers at Liberty Racing League for putting on a hell of a show for us in the broadcast booth. For everybody watching at home, this has been over 4 hours of streaming live on Faded TV with my co-host Louis Clark in the booth, pulling an all-nighter for us all the way from Europe as he cries tears for the European Football League. Now, you have to, sorry, you're right, but you have to think. We had that driver before. It was only short ago, but remind me his name. He ran out of fuel. He had to come in for a pit.
Yeah, that was Wayne. Wayne.
Are any of these other drivers, Chris Woodward, Joseph Cossey, Brady Shue? We haven't called these guys' names in a long time. Jalen Parker. Who else is going to run out of fuel here? Are we going to see some cars come in under caution to do a splash and dash?
I reckon these top 4 guys have just got enough, just by what I work out. And they pitted, they should just have enough. But we will see.
Yes, we will. Now, if we do get another caution and we do go to our third attempt and final attempt at a green-white checkered, then maybe we'll start seeing some cars come in and take fuel. But right now, it looks like most of the lead lap drivers are going to stay out on this second attempt of a green-white checkered flag.
Here we go. This is the pace cars coming in this lap. Brady Shue, he's not someone we've really spoke about today in third place, in number 7 car. He's had a quiet race, but he started 29th. He's now P3. He's looking good too. Let's see if he can get something going.
Yeah, that is correct. In that 7 Chevrolet, that's Brady Shue, who was up front for a little while in the middle of the race while we were doing green flag pit stop cycles. He's now made his way. He's looking for a top 3 finish minimum, as he is on that inside line. I suppose if there's anywhere to be, that's where it's going to be. Pace car is off.
And we're under the green flag.
Under the green flag, it is going to be the job of Joseph Cossey. Oh!
Oh,
that's going to be your boy Jalen Parker involved in that. That's not good if you...
For the 23.
If you are rooting for that Toyota driver, he's been fast all night long. That's going to be Jalen Parker involved in this caution. Let's go back and take a look. And that 23 car just gets tangled up 3 wide, gets used as a bumper car there. No real place for him to go. He bounces off one car onto the next and then just gets totally slammed out of the back of that. His night is going to be toast.
That is such a shame, man. He had such a good toy boater under that. He had such a good engine under that, man. He could have. I was going for him for the win just because he's the only Toyota. That's a shame, but still, we got Brady Shoe still sitting here in third. He could win this. This is such a good race.
One more attempt at a green-white checkered. I know everybody in this field does not want to finish this race under caution, but it is a possibility. So this restart is the most important restart for Chris Woodward, Joseph Cossey, Brady Shoe, Don Milkowitz, Dalton Tucker still back in the top 5. He's got a fighting chance. We got to start thinking about fuel. There was a couple of guys that were saving. Yep, we're going to start seeing Chris Woodward, the race leader, Louis, come down. He's going to have to do a splash and dash, as I'm sure a lot of these cars are going to have to, as we've already tried doing 2 green-white checkered flags. That's unfortunate for him. He was trying to save fuel under the last caution by hitting the flat part of the track, but he saved all he can. And unfortunately, Louis, it looks like that's a lone ride in pit road for what was our race leader, Chris Woodward.
See what I mean, though? Like I said, it's all tight on fuel. It's all going to be about the fuel to the end. All he needed was that extra gallon or 2.
That has got to be so heartbreaking for that number 10 car. That hits you right in the gut, as I'm sure he knew he had to pit. I'm sure he was looking at his rear view, hoping that the majority of the field would follow him down, and he was just a one-man band going down pit road. He's going to come out somewhere deep into the field, so that's unfortunate for Chris Woodward.
That is a shame for Chris Woodward. But let's talk. Let's see. Look, 48. We've hardly said about him today. He got into a little accident early on to the race, trying to avoid a wreck. He took a fast repair, and he's sitting up here in P1. We got Don in the 54, sitting in P2 now, and Brady again still in P3.
Yeah, we did see that Gatorade 48 getting involved in some stuff earlier. Now it looks like, are there going to be some more cars coming down pit road? Is that car out of gas right there? That was the 23 car. I'm not too sure who that was, but it looks like he may be out of fuel, trying to limp back to pit road.
23 is the Toyota or Jalen Parker.
So that's unfortunate for him. Joseph Cossey, your new race leader in the Gatorade 48. On the outside of him is going to be that number 7 Chevrolet Brady Shoe. Third, behind Joseph Cossey, is going to be Don Milkowitz. Dalton Tucker going to be on the outside, right behind Brady Shoe. Kevin West sitting 5th. Chris Parkman going to restart this 6th. All these guys on the outside are going to have to try and figure this out. Coming up onto the backstretch here, this is going to be the last pace lap here. As we get into turn 4, the pace car is going to turn off. And hopefully, for the last time, we do not want to end this race under caution. But we'll see how it goes, as it has taken 190 odd laps. Now we're into overtime at this point, Louis.
Oh yeah. Into overtime, this is last green white check, and what happens now? That's it. 48 looks good, the 54 looks good. Dalton Tucker's back up there. He was one of our front runners all race. Even Kevin West is there. I expect Dalton to make some people upset here.
So, pace car is going to come off, and we're going to take the green flag for the very last time, no matter what happens, here at the Daytona 500 on Faded TV, presented by Precision Graphics. Pace car's off. Joseph Cossey, the show is yours. As he gets the jump onto the inside, let's see if Brady Shoe can make any magic work. He does have Dalton Tucker on the outside in that 24 car. He's been a fast car all night long. Let's see if he can make the push along with that, as we see Don Milkowitz on the inside. We figured this was going to happen. Everybody on the inside line is just going to get that advantage. The numbers.
Wreck in turn 1. That's it. That's the race.
That's the race right there. Joseph Cossey is going to be the inaugural Daytona 500 winner here with Liberty Racing League, presented by Precision Graphics. Don Milkowitz second. Kevin West found his way back up to third. Brandon Otto fourth, and a good showing by Brady Shue. Going to be taking home that top 5 spot.
That was, man, that is such a shame that couldn't go to the end. But, man, that 48, he deserved it.
Timmy Holmes going to be taking home 6th place. Dalton Tucker ran good and fast all night. Going to be sitting at P7. Chris Parkman taking home 8th. Jason Foskey, who we didn't name a whole lot in tonight's race, finding himself into the top 10. Jordan Twineman is going to be your 10th place driver. Alex Facilio in that 00 Chevrolet in 11th. Wayne Lowe, Taylor Lukoski taking home 13th. Elliott Vining, 24 spots from the beginning of this race, finds himself with a meaty 14th. And Brandon Zimmerman going to close it out in the top 15. But your race winner, Joseph Cossey, in the 48 Chevrolet, was involved in some early accidents early on, bought his time, remained patient, and he found himself in victory lane.
Oh yeah, man, that is a fully well-deserved victory for the 48, especially with what happened at the start of the race. Again, Kevin West, we spoke about him earlier, just pushing like crazy, trying to push to catch up to the lead pack. He's come home third. He started at pole, but yeah, what a race! It's been so good. Yeah, it's been a really good race.
It's been a really good race. Joseph Cossey's going to make it official as you see him behind that pace car. Louis will start bringing in, when it's all said and done, we'll let him do his little smoke show that I'm sure is coming. And we'll start pulling in some of these drivers, including your race winner, Joseph Cossey, for the race interview. And thank you for everybody that stuck through. We started with just about over 30 viewers. We're ending with just over 30 viewers. So we appreciate you spending all night with us. We've been live for over 4 hours. These guys have been racing for over 3.5 hours. Just an incredible night of racing, and it's been a pleasure to call it here for you guys live. It's been a pleasure to call it next to my good friend, Louis Clark. I appreciate you coming into the booth tonight, brother.
Cheers, man. It's been great. Thanks for having me here, though, Faded.
Absolutely. Now you gotta go hit the time clock? You gotta get ready to go to work or what?
No. Mate, I'm glad to bed.
No.
No, I'm currently still here in the UK. As I work in an airport, I'm still on what we call as furlough, where the government pay my wage for me at the moment.
Yep.
We have no flights going out. So I'm still,
living the dream, baby.
I'm getting paid to practice for the Spa 24-hour race, so it's nice.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Anytime you can get paid to stay home, in a situation where it's maybe a little too excited in his congratulatory spin out there. But we'll let the 48 of Joseph Cossey put on a smoke show for you guys at home. He might just go until the engines go or that motor blows out. We'll see.
A well-deserved victory there.
Absolutely, man. I'll let you call the interviews as you see fit. You go ahead and bring them in when you want to. I'll just kind of sit back and let you run the show here, Louis. Again, congratulations to Joseph Cossey in that 48 Chevrolet. Congratulations to all the drivers who qualified for the 500, the guys who qualified through that heat race at the top of the broadcast. Congratulations to all the drivers who were able to finish this race, whether it was first or last. It doesn't matter. It's a win in my books, as this was a super long race. I see the love in the chat. I appreciate you guys. Hats off, though, to Louis Clark. Let's put a GG in chat for Louis Clark spending his wee hours of the morning.
Hey, Joseph, you got a copy?
Yes, I do.
Hey, before Louis asks you some questions, Joseph, I just wanted to say, hell of a race, and congratulations, brother.
Man, I can't believe it. I was just praying for a caution. I wasn't gonna make it. I was like, this is my only shot. If I don't get the caution, I was gonna have to pull over on the backstretch or something and freaking just let him go.
All right, Louis, floor's yours, buddy.
Yeah, man, amazing race there, Joseph. How tight was you actually on fuel?
I was down to a gallon crossing the line. Down to a
Uh,
gallon.
I could hear it in your voice that you're over the moon. You know, you had so many issues. I remember at the start of the race, you got involved in a little bit of a. It wasn't your fault. You was trying to avoid a wreck. You got involved in it. Unfortunately, you used a fast repair, I guess. But yeah, just talk us through your race.
Oh man, it was it was hectic. I think I made a couple bad calls with the pit strategy and everything, with when I pitted and all that. But I mean, it all worked out at the end. I was glad that we were able to get the caution and then freaking catch back up with the field. So it all worked out, man. And then freaking with the 38 car when he came down on my nose. I mean, there was nothing I could do really.
Yeah,
Hey, Joseph.
no, we saw that.
I can hear the joy in your voice. Everybody can hear the joy in your voice. It's very wholesome, man. So obviously, look, this was a big race. I mean, this was a huge race. And anytime you can win a Daytona 500 or just win a race in a public lobby, the emotions are high and you're ecstatic. But I don't know if it hit you yet, but this was the inaugural race here for the Liberty Racing League Precision Graphics Cup Series. And not only did you show up, but you showed out winning the very first race here in the Cup Series. Nobody can ever take that away. And you're going to be coming out of Daytona with the points lead. Congratulations, Joseph. We'll let you go. Maybe do some more burnouts or celebrate with your team. Hell of a race.
Nothing else. It's got no fuel.
Yeah, well, that is true. You're going to have to get a push back to pit lane. But either way, man, congratulations. It was a pleasure to call that race.
Yeah, it was. Oh man, guys, it was wonderful. Thank you all.
Yes, sir.
Freaking thank you, Corbin, you missed ammunition for sponsoring the race. Freaking Precision Graphics, the title of the race, and this was awesome. I can't believe it.
Yes, sir. Alrighty, folks, that was race winner Joseph Cossey. Louis going to be looking at the next man to bring in. Do we want to do the top three, Louis? Do we want to bring in Don Milkowicz?
We'll bring in Brandon for third place just because I can't find Don for the minute.
Fair enough. Let's bring in Brandon Otto, your third place finisher here. Don, if you're in chat, please make yourself available. If you want a race interview, just go ahead and jump into whatever chat you can closest above to the broadcaster booth, please.
Hey, Brandon, you got a copy?
I gotcha.
Hey, man, how great third place finish. Talk us through your race, buddy.
Yeah, it was a pretty wild one. The race kind of transformed over the entire course of it. I mean, it started off with a lot of cautions, and then we kind of went into some green flag, pit stop, fuel strategy type racing going on, and then we went right back to the caution fest towards the end there. And I mean, coming away with a third place finish, it's not what we were expecting after leading so many laps out there, but I got to be really happy being able to come back from 10th place a couple of laps ago and getting that top three.
Oh yeah, how you started on the outside. Did you start on the outside on that last caution?
No, the last restart, luckily, something lucked out, and I was able to start on the inside again. And that was the name of the game throughout the entire race. If you were on the outside, you were going to get freight trained every time, and it happened to me at least 3 or 4 times. So
yeah, we saw that. Yeah, you had such a strong car throughout this race. We were surprised. We were rooting for. Well, you three were. Into victory lane.
yeah, I know. It was crazy with Wes and Taylor there. We were able to break away and have that great fuel strategy, but it all just came down to those restarts at the end there. And had that race gone green, I think I would have had a chance to win it because I was saving fuel from that second we took that last pit stop with about 30 laps to go, knowing that we could have potentially 3 green white checkers, and I was saving fuel. A couple of guys ran out coming to the line, even on the caution lap, and I still had a whole, 1.5 gallons left in the tank. So I think if we would have had to go green the entire way, we definitely would have had a win there.
That's good, man. So obviously this is the first race of the season. So how's this set you off for the rest of the season? Does it give you a good morale?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be great. You know, I'm really excited for the short tracks with Martinsville coming up and stuff. Those are, you know, my favorites are the short tracks. But these super speedway races, if you can get a good finish on them, you know, with such a gamble that they can be, you know, when you come out big with them, you got to take advantage of it. So that's a real big time here.
Good stuff, man. Congratulations on your P3. And again, is there any sponsors you want to call out to?
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, I got to go ahead and thank Corbin Ammo for sponsoring the race today and Precision Graphics for sponsoring the series. Got to thank Wes and Taylor for putting on such a great league. I got to thank the iRacing Memes Facebook page for getting me here tonight. And yeah, I just got to thank everybody on watching right now. And you guys up in the booth for doing a great job and sticking with us through all 510 miles we ran tonight.
Well, there you go, guys. That's your P3, Brandon, in the 14 car. Congratulations, man.
Thanks, guys.
Yep, congratulations, Brandon. Hey, dude, can we get Brady Shue in here? Is he available?
Let me just have a look. I'm just trying to find him. No, unfortunately, he's not there, man.
All right, well, I just want to shout out to Brady Shue coming home P4. I'm looking at the top left of my iRacing live timing, brought to me by SDK Software, finishing P4, but gained 25 positions, more than any other top 10 driver here tonight. So hats off to Brady Shue for gaining 25 positions from the start of this race to the end and taking home a P4. Hell of a job, Brady.
There's just one more person that I want to get in, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
And that is that's Wayne Lowe.
Go ahead, buddy.
You know, he had his it was a shame he was so near. Hey Wayne, it's Louis in the booth. You got a copy?
I do, sir.
Hey man, so unlucky with having to pit for fuel, man. You know, you looked like you had it at the end. You were in first for the restarts. It looked like that inside was going to be the way forward. Just talk us through your race, man.
I mean, there was no outside line. You couldn't get anything going. I mean, unless you really timed out the run, but then you had to have help, and nobody really wanted to come off that bottom. I know I didn't. At the very beginning, I just decided I was just going to stay on that bottom line, and hopefully somewhere during the race there would be, a way to take a strategy call maybe, and try to get myself some track position, and that worked out. We would have had just enough before the first green-white checker. But, I mean, once we had a pit there, it was like, okay, well, there's only like 20 on the lead lap. See what we can get a good point stay out of it to start the season off. And we did that. You know, top 10, I'll take it, move on. Had a chance to win. All you can ask for at Daytona.
Oh, yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, top 10. You still done well. It still sets you off really well for the rest of the season, man. Congratulations still on your top 10, buddy.
I think my spotter, Justin Hughes, I think he's one of the best on the service, and I have him in my ear every race. It's a real privilege and an advantage, I think, to have information constantly coming in your ear. That's great information. Also the sponsor of the league, Carbon Ammo, Precision Graphics, Wes Hogue, the guys, the other admin team, Taylor Goskowski. It was well run tonight. Sometimes it was hectic with 43 drivers on the track, but getting 43 drivers on a racetrack is an accomplishment for any league, and glad to be a part of it. It was fun. A whole 500 ran in less than 4 hours.
Yeah, man. Well, there you go, guys. That's your driver of the number 34, Wayne Lowe.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Wayne. He comes home with a top 10 finish as we started to see some fuel shortages towards the end of this race. It did cost a couple of drivers, Wayne Lowe included in that. We're going to have some final thoughts here. Louis, before we send these guys off, what are your final thoughts here of this Daytona 500?
Well, man, what a race it was, especially them last 20, 30 laps with the fuel mileage coming into it. It sort of went how I expected with cars going down to the yellow line. We spoke about this air bubble, but man, that was better than what I expected it to be, man. And I really enjoyed it, man. Thanks for having me up in the booth with you, buddy.
Yeah, man, not a problem. I appreciate it. And with those thoughts, I'll kind of leave with myself here. What more can you say? 43 drivers on the track on a super speedway like Daytona. We called all 500 miles here. It was an honor. I can't wait for next Monday's race. Don't forget, tomorrow night, All American Racing League closing out their season as well. They're trying to crown a championship driver between David Lafano, David Hera, Chad Snyder, and I think Travis Rodriguez as well. But back to tonight, it's been a heck of a run. It's been a privilege to call this race. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Hopefully you'll tune in some more. I had a heck of a time here. This was just such a beautiful race, a beautiful thing to happen to the channel. And I couldn't be more happier than tonight's results. With that being said, we'll let you guys go for the evening. I know I need to get some rest, Louie. I know you're going to pass out as soon as this broadcast is over. So with that being said, come back. Make sure you follow the channel. Turn notifications on. Spread the word. You saw the Daytona 500 by Liberty Racing League live on Faded TV. And we'll catch you next time. Thanks a lot for tuning in, everybody.